Hello and welcome to Benow Festival 2021. I'm Glenn Winchester.
Hello.
This is Sarah Bastrocki. And we are broadcasting live from our home studios here in Falmouth, thanks to incredible support by Sans Paddles and the Source FM. And we're here today to get y'all excited about the Benow 2021 Festival, which is going to run through March. So, to top it off, we'd like to say thank you, actually, to a lot of people. We've got Falmouth Town Council to say thank you to, Falmouth Cultural Services, Cornwall Museum Partnership, Arts Council England. We've got the National Lottery Community Fund and the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, plus so many other local people who are going to be dropping in mentions throughout the next 30 minutes. So, Sarah, the theme for Benow 2021 this year is vulnerability and connection.
Yeah.
What can you tell us? What more can you tell us?
Yeah. Shall we talk about the idea of Benow before dive into the topic for this year? So Benow Festival, this is the third year that we are running the festival, and it's, let's say, the starting point was International Women's Day. As you know, tomorrow is International Women's Day, so the 8th of March. And 3 years ago, as I said, we started Falmouth Cultural Services. As Falmouth Cultural Services, we wanted to celebrate that in some way. So I started contacting different women who I just wanted to do an event, really. And then word of mouth and lots of people wanted to be involved, and a whole festival really was born. So the idea is to celebrate the culture of women. And I want to stress that. So the culture of women, because it's not something that is just for women. And also, it is focused on women, but it's not just for women. Everybody is welcome. And, you said that this year, one of the main topics is conversation, and connection and vulnerability. And they are topics that are really, really important to, for everybody, really. And so going back to the idea, so Benow, it's a word, a Cornish word, that means, it's an adjective, and it means feminine, female, anything that is related to a female sort of energy. Okay, so again, not necessarily just women or woman. Okay, and we like the idea of that word because it's also pan, so it can be interpreted like be now. So really, and especially this year with this idea after, the difficult year that we all had, we thought that, focusing on mindfulness and mindful sort of approach to culture, art, and events and conversation is really important. So there's this double meaning of the word "Benow." Again, the first year was just focused on well-being. Last year, the focus was on gender equality. So we were trying to involve as many men as possible in the conversation as well. And this year we wanted to focus on, as you said, vulnerability, because I'm coordinating the events, and but there's a big group of organization and women and practitioners and who work at this festival, making this festival possible. And a common element, when we met up to discuss how we could shape the festival this year, a common element was for everybody was to reflect on this, vulnerability that we all felt, and reflect on vulnerability, accept vulnerability, and learn vulnerability as well. And that's really related to the in our opinion, basically, with the discussion, we sort of realize that vulnerability is very much related to femininity, okay, but as a strength. So not necessarily in a negative way, and as a strength, we need to recognize that and work on resilience as well. And we can do that through conversation, basically, and connection to each other. Okay, so this is the main idea behind the festival. There are several ways to approach this topic, and we will see, later on today, we will go through some of the, today, some of the practitioners who are running events during March, during the whole festival, will perform today. So we will have a sort of a taster of what it's on offer. But also we will recap everything at the end of today broadcast. So we will have more specific and detail on the single event, so we can go through the program. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, in normal times, we would be spending this weekend at the municipal buildings with everybody running around and a really great buzz. But I have to say, I think you've done a fantastic job putting this all together. And, I think we're all used to virtual or burnt out on virtual, but actually, looking at the schedule, I've been really excited about things that you've lined up. And I've signed up for one, and I will be signing up for more. So I think it's a good thing to say now. I mean, everything is bookable for free.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, we thanked all those organizations at the beginning because, it seems simple to organize a festival, but it's not. It's complicated and required, funds as well. So that was possible, and especially thanks to all those organizations, but especially because we want, in particular, one of the, main aim of cultural services, Falmouth Cultural Services, and so the town council in particular, is to make all the events accessible to everybody. So they're all free. And that's not only online, and that was always that way last year and 2 years ago, and in all the events we organize, they're always free. Nevertheless, it's really important, especially this year, because it's all online. So people will need to book to receive the link, the Zoom link, basically. Yeah.
And that also needs to be stressed. It needs to be done a few days ahead of time. It'd be best to book as soon as you are able, because you need to get your link a few days before the event.
Yes, also because most of the events have sort of limited spaces available. Right. So once they're gone, they're gone. Yeah. So that's the main thing. And it's, everything is bookable. I mean, there's a website for the festival. So it's benow.falculture.org. We can, if you Google Benow Festival, it's the first thing that comes up. And there's the whole calendar and program online there. But also it's because the booking, it's through Eventbrite. There's other option, and instead of following each event link directly, people could also go on the Eventbrite and just type in Benow Festival or just Benow, and there's the whole list of possible events there.
Also, I found it was quite easy to access it through Falmouth Cultural Services
as well. Yeah.
Right. So it all
Yeah.
comes up, and it's, you know, really organized. And
Yeah. Can I just say something, talking about, you know, the idea behind Benow as a festival? We mentioned the website, and this year has always been in our intention to do so, but we never really managed to go about that. But this year, we really want to make the website become a digital hub for women, or again, not just for women, but we're going to discuss and keep going those conversations that we started with the festival. We're going to start with the festival online. So hopefully that hub will be, again, a digital platform where people can actually share things and find, you know, again, start conversation.
Yeah, the festival is not just for March; it's for a very long time.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, so
give us that website address again.
Yeah, so it's benow.falculture.org.
Great.
Okay, perfect. And yeah, so that's the other thing. I mean, you know, it will be not so much this month because we got some resources there, but obviously all our energy at the moment are focused on the festival. But from April onwards, you know, there will be several projects there, and people can actually promote themselves as well. And as I said, an open platform for conversation, for networking, and to reflect as well. I mean, we have already some posts on the website is organizing areas. So I don't know, there's women and environment, women and activism, women and well-being. So different areas. And we want to have you know, contribution from people. So writing posts about these areas and these you know, topics, or anything really. We are quite flexible and open, and we want that to be a you know, cooperative, collective effort, because as we said, I think it's really important to keep the conversation on about all aspects of women culture, you know, going. And before anybody else actually says something, you know, I don't, some people might think that is, you know, we want to bring forward feminism or, you know, specific kind of, yes, exactly. And we don't like labels in general, you know, because we're open to everybody, all kind of conversation, and also related to the vulnerability and that conversation that we had. We don't like simplification as well. We like complexity, and life is complex, you know. So it's really important to, and that's why we want conversation and dialogues, because with only with labels, it's easy to you know, end up in misunderstandings. While if we open up conversation, if we you know, train ourselves to being open to see different points of view, that's really approaching the complexity of everything, and complexity of being a woman, you know. One of the funny things that we discussed with the group of women involved in the festival was that was very difficult. Initially, I asked people to introduce themselves, and in a couple of, you know, sentences to say what they who they are and what they do. And one of the things that we realized was that it's very, very difficult, especially if you're a woman, to define yourself only in one way, in one direction, you know, because we're all several things at the same time. So, and most of us, I mean, the people working at Benow, you know, we have several type of jobs, different, you know, job titles. We have different identity depending on the context we are considering, you know, and at the same time, we're moms, and we are trying to juggle so many things at the same time, you know, and but that's the beauty of it all, you know. Really the yeah, the multiplicity.
I'm excited as well because it is virtual, and because I do some social media for Falmouth Art Gallery, and we have you know, friends and supporters from all over the world. So I am hoping that people from outside our little area will
absolutely, yeah.
And I just think that will enrich the conversations incredibly.
Oh yeah. Well, it's funny because I mean, I'm obviously not English, and you're not either, Glyn. But there's several women from other cultures, you know, coming from other cultures and other country in the group, and it's, you know, that really adds, I think, extra value, because again, slightly different points of view from, you know, from different culture.
Yeah.
Also, can I just say, it's great that it's online. That was a I don't know, our initial thought was to cancel the event for this year, not doing anything, because we thought that people were, you know, already bombarded enough with digital things, with online things. But then we realized that actually it's when it has been, especially focusing on vulnerability, you know, has been such a tough year. So yes, we're offering something digital online and something that is potentially is an extra, you know, adding to the extra elements of our life online. On the other hand, we try to spread, you know, the events across the whole month, and try to avoid overlapping, and, you know, making sure that people could really have, I don't know, choose whatever they wanted to do, and keeping the events and the sessions relatively shorter than what would be, you know, face to face.
And you've got series as well. So you've got your Tuesday night.
Yes, exactly.
You've got your movement, and I think that's really great as well. Because
and again, within the series, obviously, it would be ideal to be able to you know, participate to all of the events in the series, but at the same time, you know, we're not forcing people to do that. So it's, you know, if it's too much, one person can decide and just try and decide after. So yeah,
it is. You kind of think, oh, you know, we're locked down, you know, I'll be able to do that at 7 o'clock every Tuesday, but it's incredible how things just pop up. You know,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So we're doing quite well, actually. We thought 30 minutes was going to be a real long time, but
well, no, I could carry on forever.
I would like to talk about something through, well, it is Falmouth Cultural Services, but via Falmouth Art Gallery. And we have a hashtag in her shoes art challenge for the next 30 days. And this is drawing on our permanent collection at the art gallery. And so there'll be posts regularly on our Instagram, Falmouth Art Gallery. And we're inviting people to look at these images and be inspired and make their own artworks. And then hashtag in her shoes. And so we can showcase, you know, we can showcase our artists and all the artists in the world who are inspired by us.
Am I right in thinking, Glyn, that doesn't have to be necessarily a visual artwork?
Oh no, you can write a poem, you can do whatever you want, however you want to express it in her shoes.
And it starts tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yes, it does start tomorrow. We've got our introductory post currently, but I mean, it is a big hashtag. There's a lot of shoe hashtags, but so the more people who get involved in this, please, you'll bump us up and see more art, and it'll just make everything better. So in her shoes, hashtag in her shoes, Instagram. But if anybody's not on Instagram and they would like to be involved, please contact the art gallery. And that's info@falmouthartgallery.com. And then we can send you links and send you the images if that's a better way for you to access it.
That's
Falmouth
good.
Art Gallery is all about engagement. And we miss everybody and are really looking forward to where we can welcome everybody back. But this is good. This is a good interim.
Good. Shall we have a look at what the program for today is? Because because next will be Val Baker, musician. I mean, today will be a combination and a mix of, people who will run workshop and session during the festival, so during March, so talking about the practice and a little bit more about the events, but also performers and artists who are related in some way to Source FM. So
there's a mixture of live and pre-recorded.
Yes,
until
exactly.
6 p.m.
Yeah. So as I said, next will be Val Baker, and then we have Angie Dublin and Lucinda Pinlot talking about what they're offering in their practice in general, but also during March. We have a special music feature by Amy Lawrence and Fish Factory, talking about, it's a music, a little bit of music performance, but it's already it's related to the Electronic Glasses project as well. So cool project. She will tell us more about that.
Okay.
And then there's cooking workshop at 2, I think. Let me just double check. There's cooking workshop with Siobhan Armstrong. So yes, 2:00. So for half an hour. And then we have Lucy Kate Piper, musician. So more music, and there will be Angeline Morrison as well with more music. And Angeline is actually running a pop-up choir for well-being, couple of sessions during March for the event, for the festival as an event as well. And then we have Sarah Perry and Sarah Clasper, who are explaining a bit more about mending and repairing cloth and sustainability from that point of view. We have, you will have me again in a special edition of Women Talking. So talking to Penny Macbeth and Lally Macbeth and my daughter Penny Beretta, with talking about books and discussing books on the culture of women from different angle and different experiences. And then we have Sacred Yoni, Kate Miggery, talking with me and Anne about her practice, as we said, and what she's going to offer during the festival. Right. And then again, me and you talking more specifically about the events of the program. So going into juicy kind of details.
Right. And I'd like to just say that Women Talking, was it 2 years ago when we started that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 years ago. Yeah.
3 years ago. Time just flies.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know exactly if it's 2 or 3. Yeah, 2.5 probably.
And it was it was just a bunch of gals that got together in my sitting room and folded some donations to refugees, and we all talked, and it's just fantastic to see how it's grown and where it is today. It's come a long way, and we have a lot to thank Ann Balla.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, actually. Yeah. And actually today's the actual event today, it's, you know, for sure it's a group effort, but definitely thanks to Anne, because she's been an amazing, you know, energy force of nature.
Motivator. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And made it possible.
Brought
And
it together. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So it's good. It's good. Yeah, I'm just thinking. We talk about the, you know, shoes.
How did you grab all these people? How did you get all these people?
Well, that's what I said earlier. At the beginning, it's mainly word of mouth, because it's at the beginning was like, okay, I had something in mind. I think actually, funny enough, the very first event 3 years ago, I contacted. I've contacted Lucinda Pinlord, who will talk later, to do something about women awareness and, you know, the well-being for women. And yeah, as I said, she was talking to other people, other women, and they've been in touch, and it's been the same kind of process every year. So the festival is just, I mean, this year I've been, at some point I had to say, I'm sorry, it's too late now, because I kept receiving, you know, interest, and again, that's why hopefully the project will grow and carry on during the year. And very quickly, one of the first people taking part in the festival running sessions is Mandy Adams. Mandy sadly passed away a few weeks ago, and we want to really honor her memory and dedicate the festival to her this year, because she's been she's been an amazing friend, guide, and you know, inspiring woman for all of us, really, and for so many other people. So we really want to highlight that you know, she's been there, she was there from the beginning, and you know, she's done an amazing workshop last year as well, and this year she's in, you know, she's with us anyway, so we really want to honor her memory.
Oh, that's special.
So yeah, absolutely. So
okay. Are you going to be able to join any sessions?
Well, I will be in most of the session, because I will do technical support. So no, but I really want to do some of the session, at least I will be able to do so. I will actively participate, hopefully. So I really want to do the choir one. I feel like singing this year. Yes. So yeah. Okay.
Right, well, we're moving on now, and it's going to be great to hear our friend, the fabulous Val Baker, who is a Falmouth gal, though she has traveled, and her knowledge of country and western and Americana is incredible, and her voice. You know, I remember the first time, I didn't know her, but the first time I heard her, I thought, "Who is this?" And it was on the Source FM, and luckily I've gotten to know her, and she's just an amazing inspiration for music locally and internationally. I think she's got quite a following on her radio show. So I think we are just about ready to hand over. Thank you so much, Sarah,
Thank you, Glenn.
for this half hour. And I'm looking forward to today and learning a lot more. And I'm looking forward to the whole month, really. So
thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to everybody who is part of the team, who's made it happen in all different directions. There's a lot of them, but teamwork, it's great.
Teamwork, definitely.
Right. So now we're gonna hand over. This might be a few seconds. This is all new for us, you know, and but Sans Paddles has made it effortless and really positive. So I want to give them a shout out.
Hello! Hi there. My name is Val Baker, and I'm going to play some music for you now. I'm going to play some of my own tunes, and I'm going to play a couple of tasty covers. And I'd just like to say how delighted I am to have been asked to take part in this fantastic festival today. I feel really fortunate and honoured to have been asked again, and to even be on the same bill as Angeline Morrison is pièce de résistance. So, yeah. So I'm going to kick off with a tune called Lay Me Down, and all my songs are, they're kind of all broken heart songs, love that went wrong. So, here we go. I hope you like this. Night comes and I lie waiting for the day to break, waiting for the light to come. Me, I wait on everyone. You and I, we had our fun, but there were times I had to run. You won't ever wear my ring, and all the ties that band would bring. So lay me down, take some time, it's running out fast, both yours and mine. Turn around, 'cause we're not young, can't go back like it just begun. Well, every day I see the change all around, things rearrange. Grab my hand, come on, let's fly. 'Cause in my mind to set us free, no more cares, just you and me. Up so high, it's almost heaven, with all our trespasses forgiven. So lay us down, or take some time, 'cause it's running out fast, both yours and mine. Turn around, 'cause we're not young, we can't go back like we just begun. You look at me like I'm a fool. Do you ever really love me at all? You don't give a lot away, your favorite game you love to play. But I hold on and hope you'll change, that the spots can rearrange. I wish that I found nothing for you. My heart's an idiot, it's true. So lay it down, or take some time. It's running out fast, both yours and mine. Turn around, oh, we're not young, can't carry on like we just begun. Question is, can you hear me now? Would you shed a tear for me? Question is, can you hear me now? Would you shed a tear for me? But I loved you with all my heart, but it's not miles kept us apart. You built a wall to keep me out, and with your silence fed the doubt. Rose-colored specs no longer lie. I know it's time to say goodbye, 'cause you won't ever wear my ring, with all the ties that band will bring. So I say goodbye and take no time. There we go. Alrighty. Well, time moving swiftly on. So here's one I wrote. Gosh, this is some years ago, and this is it's kind of about how life seems sometimes to be so incredibly unfair. Try to be decent, do the right things by people, but you still get shit on from a great height. I'm just gonna say it. So this is a song I wrote called "The Devil Looks After His Own," and I guess if you listen to the words, then you'll know what I'm trying to say. All right. I have tried to be good to my neighbors, try to be good to my friends, pick up the pieces that I might leave behind, give love and not to offend. I will listen if you tell me your problem, and I will not leave the lonely alone. But the older I get, I have to agree that old devil looks after his own. I've lived in the devastation of murder, heard the rancid bleeding of hate. Well, this cut me deep and it left me with scars, but I guess that was always my fate. I will help you if your life is broken, 'cause I'm made from the love I have known. But the older I get, I have to agree that old devil looks after his own. But I've seen loved ones die and be buried, seen lovers come and then go, not always been right, but like a lighthouse at night, tried to let the light always glow. I will hold you if your heart is aching, and I will not leave the lonely alone. But the older I get, I have to agree that old devil looks after his own. Well, I want to make a point here. I'm pissed off with this deal. If God is so great, why can't he show me this love is real? Oh. But the older I get, I have to agree that old devil looks after his own. Yeah, the older I get, I have to agree that old devil looks after his own. Couple of mistakes there. Haven't played this for ages and haven't rehearsed, which is typical me. But there we go, folks. You get the idea. I hope you like it. All right. Well, I'm going to play a cover now, and this is by the incredible Miss Shelby Lynn. When I find it, of course. I don't know if some of you will know Shelby Lynn's work. She's just really a fabulous songwriter. Here we go. And this one, I picked this because I think with the whole COVID thing being going on, I know myself, I've struggled at times to sleep. And I know so many of my friends have said the same thing. So this is just a fabulous song by Shelby Lynn called Sleep, and I hope you like it. Sleep, come on in. I would like for you to spend the night with me. Sleep, where you been? 'Cause I've surely missed you since you've been gone. I have walked the dirt and seen the clouds in the sky, seen them different in the daytime. It hurts my eyes to close them, 'cause they only close to blink away the tears that I cry. Sleep, be my friend. I could use a close one to remind me how to live again. Sleep, make it in. Let me rest and lie beside my tired bones and hold me, and sing to me a lullaby of hopes of shutting down these eyes and closing out the world. Sleep, please appear. Show to me your face, tell me it's okay to rest. Sleep, help me try to put my body down on pillows made out of my mama's womb, and satisfy my eagerness for the comfort of this time, and worry please or let it go. When I'm sure the lights are out and Sandman throws himself about, I'll trust you again. Sleep, say my prayers, asking for a place that looks like all the nighttime fantasies. Sleep, are you here? Are you real, and am I snuggling down tonight? Sleep, say my prayers, asking for a place that looks like all the nighttime fantasies. Sleep, oh, are you here? Are you real, and am I snuggling down tonight? Are you real, am I snuggling down tonight? Are you real, and am I snuggling down tonight? Sleep. I love that. It's just so simple, and yeah, I think we've all been we've all been struggling with sleep. Well, a lot of us have anyway during the pandemic. I know that I've many a time in the last year been looking at the clock at 2 a.m. So anyway, I hope you like that, and if you like Shelby Lynn, check. If you like that, check out Shelby Lynn, because she's absolutely wonderful. Alrighty, well, I'm going to play another one of mine. And this is a song called I Don't Want to Fall in Love with You. And this is a song about, I met somebody that I really liked, who kind of led me on, really. Thought maybe there was going to be, you know, romance. It was gonna happen, but never did. Yeah, the person who wouldn't answer the phone, you know, didn't answer texts. You meet them and it's great, and everything's like working out. You think, yeah. Then their communication skills are rubbish, and so I got really fed up one day with this particular individual and sat down and wrote this song in about 10 minutes. So this is called I Don't Want to Fall in Love with You. Well, I don't want to fall in love with you. I can't believe a word you say. With all the lying that you do, I don't want to fall in love with you. I've been here before, got the scars on my heart to prove it. People like you take a heart like mine. You don't care how badly you use it. Well, I see you then hear nothing. Are you aware of the damage you do? Well, I'm gonna get in my car and drive like the wind, like the wind, like the wind, to get away from you. Well, I don't want to fall in love with you, 'cause I'm not out to play. I'm looking for the truth, I'm looking for the truth, and truth is not your way. You call me a friend, you might call me a sister, but you to me I'm nothing more than leather to the blister. Well, I see you and hear nothing. Are you aware of the damage you do? Well, I'm gonna get in my car and drive like the wind, like the wind, like the wind, to get away from you. Well, I don't want to fall in love with you. I don't want to fight the booze, 'cause I've smelled to see in the morning, and we both got too much to lose. So I won't wait for your call. I'd rather throw my phone away. They say there's no fool like an old one. Well, this fool's had her say. So I see you and hear nothing. Are you aware of the damage you do? Well, I'm gonna get in my car and drive like the wind, like the wind, like the wind, to get away from you. Like the wind, 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 like the wind. Yeah, you can tell I was a bit fed up. Well, how long have I been recording? I've just got to have a look. Okay, so I think I got time probably for one more. So this is a song that's actually written about the kind of, I think we live in a strange world these days. Maybe that's just my age, but this is a song that's written about, it's kind of about social media, because, you know, we can just connect with people that we could never have connected to in the past in any way, shape or form. And I'm a big Americana fan, Americana music. And, you know, I've managed to sort of become Facebook friends and things with some of the pretty big names in that world. And so it blows me away. I find that really strange, that, you know, sometimes I send a message and get an answer. And anyway, it's kind of blows my mind. So this is a song called Strange World, and it's definitely about that. So I hope you've enjoyed my little set. Ragged and rowdy as usual. I've enjoyed playing, and I do really hope you enjoy the rest of this wonderful festival. So this is Val Baker saying over and out. One more song, Strange World. Thanks for listening. Well, it's a strange world these days, all so close but so far. Watch you each day, whoever you are. Your work is your music, and my heart feels it deep. But it's not always true, as we sow shall we reap. Can you hear me when I'm calling? Do you even know my name? Can you hear me when I'm calling? I'm calling, I'm calling, calling, calling again. Well, over the miles and so far away, watch the sun as it burns every day. While I in my armchair watch the rain on the window. Love you from a distance, but you'll never know. Can you hear me when I'm calling? Do you even know my name? Can you hear me when I'm calling? I'm calling, I'm calling, calling, calling again. You're on all my screens, you're in all my speakers. Savior poet with beaten up sneakers, a badass rebel, survivor dream. The con carries on, things are not what they seem. Can you hear me calling? Oh, and I'm waiting, waiting. I'm calling, calling. I'm waiting, 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 waiting. Watch you each day, wherever you are. Your work is your music, and my heart feels it deep. It's not always true, as it is, so shall we reap. Oh, can you hear me when I'm calling? Do you even know my name? Can you hear me when I'm calling? Calling, calling, calling. Calling again. Rough as always from me. Thank you so much for listening. Really enjoy the rest of this wonderful event. All the very best. Take care. Val Baker saying over and out.
Hello, thank you so much to Val Baker for a brilliant set. You are watching the opening of Benow Festival, a Falmouth Town Cultural Services festival of events, ideas, art, community, and activism to explore the culture of women. Hello, lovely people watching this wonderful celebration of women. A little about myself. I'm Chloe and I present a show on Source FM called The Wildflower Hour, which is on the penultimate Thursday of each month at 3 p.m. We discuss everything art, poetry, and mental health, along with playing some groovy indie tunes. I got involved with Source FM last year and it has been such a wonderful experience, and it's helped me to connect with the local community, and I thoroughly recommend anyone who's always wanted to have a go at doing their own radio show to give it a go. And you can do that by applying to Source FM website. Next up, we'll be hearing from two of the practitioners who are offering workshops that are free and open to all to take part in, Lucinda Pimlott and Angie Dublin. Lucinda began teaching over 25 years ago, and even though in the beginning the subject was different, teaching has been her path since she left university. You can learn more about her and her work on her website, lucindayoga.uk. Angie is a dance movement psychotherapist. She runs Movement for Wellbeing sessions, which are a platform for expression and healing through movement. The focus is upon nurturing the balance between body, mind, and spirit by bringing awareness to our bodies. Sessions are partially guided, but there is no choreographed dance, so nothing to get right or wrong. Just a chance to move freely and however is needed as an individual or a group in the moment. Sometimes there is a theme, music and props, but each session is different. Participants are encouraged to release their inhibitions, tune into the deep wisdom of their bodies, and surrender to intuitive guidance. You can book free sessions as part of Benow Festival on benow.falculture.org/events. After hearing from Angie and Lucinda, we will be immersed in an electronic dream ignited by Amy Lawrence at the Fish Factory Arts in Penryn. Electronic Lasses is a collaborative project which asks friends to choose a woman electronic music maker and tell us why they love them, and also share a bit of information about themselves, made for Benow Festival of Women based at Falmouth Art Gallery. This project is in remembrance of the inspiring Sophie Zion. At 2 p.m, Siobhan Armstrong will welcome us to her kitchen to share a Caribbean street food treat. Easy to make, join in if you can. Otherwise, you can always find Siobhan with her food stall Saturdays at the Moor in Falmouth with her business and delicious Jamaican food, Olive May's Kitchen. Find her on Facebook or Instagram. Later in the afternoon, we'll have performances from drummer Lucy Kate Piper and Angeline Morrison, as well as a mending workshop with Sarah Perry, a mothers and daughters book chat, and a talk about sacred yoni with Kate. Closing the festival, Sarah B and Glyn will let you know what there is to expect the rest of March at the Benow Festival. And next up, we will be hearing from Angie and Lucinda.
My name's Lucinda and I teach yoga and meditation, and I'd like to talk a little bit about moon yoga today and what I'll be offering at the Benow Festival. So moon yoga is a practice for women, and over the last 10 years or so, alongside my regular yoga classes, I've been specialising in classes for women initially running weekly classes, which are about practices that are in harmony with the different phases of a woman's cycle. And over the years, I've been gradually expanding that. And I also am quite interested now in the phase around menopause. So the two workshops that I'll be offering for Benow Festival reflect that. One will be for all women and one will specialise more in menopause. So my background is not just in yoga and meditation, which I've been practicing now for at least 20 years, but also Bach flower remedies, Ayurveda, and the teachings of the Buddha. And I bring all of this into the practices and teachings that I offer. And what I've been doing over the years is not only studying, reading, but also applying that. So I've carefully observed in my own practices what works, what doesn't work, what kind of effect it has, what's needed. And so all of that I'd like to bring and offer out and share with all of you in these two workshops for the festival. So Moon Yoga itself is aimed at all women, at all phases of life. It looks both at the cyclical nature of women while they're menstruating, and also the life phases, so understanding the different energies physically and emotionally over the lifespan, how we go through different times, and how we might need to adapt our self-care program, if you like, accordingly. On Saturday, the 13th of March at 11 a.m, I'll offer my first workshop. And this one is called Understanding Nature's Rhythms, Self-Care for Women. So this one is for all women, whatever phase of life you may be at, whether you are menstruating or post-menopausal, it will be relevant. Some of what I'll introduce you to are the teachings. So I'll give some background to what the 4 phases of life are, and then also the 4 phases of a woman's cycle. Some of the time we'll spend looking at self-care practices, and I tend to draw a lot on upon Ayurveda for this. And there's a practice called Dinacharya, which basically is the daily routine. What I love about it is it's free, and it's something we can all access. You don't necessarily need to include yoga in that. So if yoga is not your practice, don't worry. There's lots of simple things that you can do. So we'll look during this workshop at what kinds of things to introduce to your daily routine, a little bit of background, what's it all about, what's the theory, what's the philosophy. I will take you through how to do a self-massage, because that's a really lovely thing to be able to do. It won't be using oil for the demonstration, so you can just be fully clothed. But I'll explain to you what to do, which kind of oils to use, and when you're actually doing it for yourself at home. There'll also be a chance to share experiences. So what I found is really powerful and really useful for women is to listen to one another, to hear one another. It's such a gift when we hear other women's experiences. And, you know, many of these self-care practices aren't necessarily documented or prescribed or talked about, but often when we hear the experiences that other women have been through, and also what they've done to help themselves, that in itself is really helpful and really nourishing. So there'll be time for that. There won't be any yoga in this particular session, although I will give dates for different classes and events that I'll be running throughout the year, if you'd like to come along and join me in any of those. So you don't need to bring anything or wear anything special, just bring yourself and be able to be comfortable, maybe a drink cup of tea. So my second workshop is Sunday the 14th of March, also at 11 a.m. This one is a little more specialized. So it's called Varnavasa, a spiritual practice for menopause. For me, it still covers quite a broad age range. So it is relevant to perimenopausal, menopausal, and postmenopausal women. Bearing in mind that perimenopause begins somewhere around age 35. Many of us don't know that. We might not notice any particular signs or symptoms. And if you're not noticing anything, that's okay. It's still relevant to you. There may be very subtle changes going on that you haven't noticed. So part of it is about raising awareness about what's going on, and also how you can support yourself and take care of yourself and maintain balance before it goes out of balance. So there might be some benign signs and symptoms that we assume are perfectly normal, like headaches and mood swings, tiredness. But actually, there are some things that we can do to feel more well all round, physically, mentally, emotionally. So we'll talk a little bit about that. I'll be introducing you to the 4 phases of life in this one as well. It's from Samkhya philosophy, and it helps us to understand the 4 phases of life that we go through, how our energies change physically, mentally, emotionally. It also gives us the trajectory. So again, if you feel like you're quite early on, it's really useful to understand where you're going and what practices might be useful now to prepare you for that, and what to look out for when the time comes. And for women that are menopausal or postmenopausal, then we'll be looking at this new phase of life and what it brings and what it offers. And I've called it a spiritual practice because what's really exciting for me about this phase of life is that, in a way, those deeper practices are just beginning, and it's a time to step back a little bit, perhaps to have more of a mentoring role, but most importantly, to spend time in quiet contemplation, meditation, or even just being away from the busyness of things, and how nourishing that is, and how that takes us on a journey towards really knowing the inner essence of our being and our own truth. So some quite powerful things that happen for women around menopause. And if you have any negativity around that, then really important for you to come along and hear that actually it's a really rich and precious time for a woman, and her wisdom is growing, and she has so much to offer. So again, we won't do yoga in this particular session, but I can give you classes and events and explain those a little bit if you'd like to be beginning a yoga practice, or deepening a yoga practice, or knowing what kind of yoga is most relevant for you, which elements of the practice are really important as we go into this 3rd phase of life. It's called Varnavasa, and it translates as the forest dwelling phase, which I think is really beautiful. And you don't need to bring anything with you at all. Again, comfortable clothing is useful. We will do a brief meditation practice in this session, but you don't need to have any previous meditation experience. So that won't be a large part of the talk. It'll just be really brief, maybe 5 minutes. And so for some, it'll be an introduction. For some, it'll just be a lovely way to connect and to turn within. And if you do have a meditation cushion, if you're used to practicing and you want to have that ready, you can do that. But absolutely fine to be seated in a chair comfortable chair, so nothing special that's needed. You could bring a notebook if you wanted to. It can be useful to take notes. I will offer some books for further reading, places to find out more information, websites, etc. And yeah, I really hope that you'll come along and join me. It's such a wonderful opportunity for women to connect with one another, to see what a great community of women there is, to support one another, and to learn about all the great things that are on offer here in Cornwall for you to be a part of, to enrich and deepen your experience. So I look forward to seeing you.
Hi everyone, my name's Angie and I'm a dance movement psychotherapist. My business name is Body Mind Rhythms. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook, and it's very much about expression and healing through movement. So the body and mind are intrinsically connected and one will always affect the other, and I very much work with this during my sessions. I sometimes work with one-to-one, but I often work in small groups, and I've been offering sessions last year at King Charles the Martyr Hall here in Falmouth in Cornwall. So I haven't been able to offer my sessions one-to-one for a while now, and I'm slowly making my way over to online services to reach you all. And I'm so excited to share with you that I'm going to be part of the Benow Festival this year, and I'm going to be offering Movement for Wellbeing sessions throughout March. I'm going to be doing one session a week on Tuesday evenings, 6 till 7. And I'm also going to be part of a spa day, which will also be online with a few other practitioners. And it's very much about self-care. And we're each going to show you some tools to use in order to get back to a really deep self-care practice. So I'm so excited to share this with you and reach out into the community again. The sessions are all free to everyone participating, and they'll be available on Eventbrite. So I thought I'd explain a little bit more about what I do with my work and what you can expect in the sessions. So dance movement psychotherapy is very much based on the deep wisdom that we hold within our bodies, and it's connecting back to our intuitive selves and reconnecting to the body on a very deep level. So instead of using words, we come to session and tune into our bodies and are led by our bodies. My practice has been informed by lots of other different movement practices, and also meditation, sound healing, things like 5 rhythms, which is a dance practice, qigong, ecstatic dance, contact improvisation, biodanza, lots of different practices that I've experienced throughout my life. I have now integrated into my Movement for Wellbeing sessions that I offer. Every session can look so different. I'm very much guided by my intuition and the clients that attend. So you never really know what to expect, but expect to reconnect with your body, and that's essentially what we're doing. Reconnecting with the body, trusting our intuition, sensing that deep wisdom within the body, and just being led in that way instead of by thoughts in our minds, and expressing ourselves freely through lots of different techniques and forms. And essentially this can be self-healing, which is what I would like to show people in my practice, that we really can self-heal. During events in our lives, particularly traumatic events, if we haven't fully expressed ourselves, these emotions are stored in our bodies. But we can shift these energies that are stored in our bodies, and an amazing way to do that is directly through the body. Instead of getting into a cognitive space, we go right to the source, and our bodies always know what to do, our intuition always knows what to do. So it's just deepening that trust and moving freely We explore so many different themes. It covers all aspects of life. Some sessions are very playful and light-hearted, and can be more related to laughter yoga, which my practice is also influenced by. And sometimes it goes a lot deeper and we touch on very sensitive topics, and it's a supportive environment in order to explore these. The sessions that I'm going to be offering at the Benow Festival this year, I'm going to be working on a different theme each week. You don't have to attend all weeks, but they're there for you if you wish to. I'm going to be working on some deep grounding techniques with you, and some playfulness, and very much deep self-care practices, incorporating our theme for the festival into these sessions. So you don't need much space if you join me online. If you can have a space and see a screen where you'll be standing, that would be helpful. You can also do a lot of these movements and techniques from sitting, so don't worry too much about the space that you have in your home. But perhaps a arm's width distance would be a good measure. Just make sure that you're not going to be disturbed for the time that I run the session, so you're really giving yourself that time for yourself. And you might like to light a candle to honour that time for yourself. You might want to bring some props with you. If you have a brush for your skin, no worries if you don't have one, but something like that. We can always just use our hands. And that's about it, really. Just bring yourselves. I'm really excited to share these sessions with you, and I'm very much hoping that it will be the start of offering sessions online to a wider community. So check it all out on Eventbrite and all the other practitioners that are offering their skills for this theme this year, and I look forward to meeting you there.
Won't you hold me close to reignite your soul? Haven't seen it color for a minute. I hope there's comfort in your skin. I hope you found it for within. Haven't seen it color. There's demons dancing in the darkness to the rhythm of my ribcage. They keep me walking on these eggshells. I've been stuck inside my bedroom trying to shake awake a brain cell. Haven't seen in color for a minute. Clandestine is so ways to say. Clandestine is stand this folks found you for you. Clandestine is I'm longing for you. So sick of the slow songs and paranoia. Clandestine is so ways to say. Clandestine is I'm longing for you. So sick of the slow songs and paranoia. This false found you for
Some people are meant to feel special, but I'm not part of that circle. I'm wondering if there's a secret that they've not been telling me. Can you make it easier for the choir to sing? Can you make it easier for the bell to ring? All I ever wanted was somewhere the rain won't reach. Can you make it easier? Make it easier for me. All I ever wanted was somewhere the rain won't reach. Can you make it easier? Make it easier for me. We deserve a house with the heater on, and then there's hope to wish upon. We have mold crawling walls like the sun. Does every morning before the dawn. Can you make it easier for the choir to sing? Can you make it easier? All I ever wanted was somewhere the rain won't reach. Can you make it easier? Make it easier for me. All I ever wanted was somewhere the rain won't reach. Can you make it easier? Make it easier for me. All I ever wanted was somewhere the rain won't reach. Can you make it easier? Make it easier for me. All I ever wanted was somewhere the rain won't reach. Can you make it easier? Make it easier for me.
Let's build a future all new, sparkly, and golden, fresh from the womb, a million opportunities and tolerances unexpected, idealisms reinvigorated, horizons revisited. Hope more, dream more, sleep more, breathe more. The future is out there. Hope more, dream more, sleep more, breathe more. The future is out there. There is hope, there is always hope because we aren't alone in this. There are so many brilliant minds trying to tackle our contemporary issues, manifesting the various illuminating texts we've got among many. Hope in the Dark, the Xenofeminist Manifesto, fully automated luxury communism, post-capitalist desire, inventing the future, for futures, the politics of aesthetics, the age of surveillance capitalism, the uprising, on poetry and finance, gender problem. Hope more, dream more, sleep more, breathe more. The future is out there. Hope more, dream more, sleep more, breathe more. The future is out there. We're universal. We're basic. We're incoming. We want fair opportunities for all. We want everyone to have enough to survive. We're entirely plausible, and for one of the first times in history, we're logistically possible. We're universal. We're basic. We're incoming. Hope more. Dream more. Sleep more. Breathe more. The future is out there. We're universal. We're basic. We're incoming.
Two brass candle holders with pink glass, taken to tunnel just behind the wall, knocked on gently for morning, for night. We shared gifts of little baskets, no candles, no light, laid out from the top of the land, small stones. Just dropping off lines of little lead weight, the lines of the body of the bodily eventually drop to heavy and throw me a bone, but you don't have to beat me over the head with
What is name? We do not have name.
Hello, welcome everyone. I hope you're enjoying the opening of the Benow Festival. My name is Anne, and I'm really glad to be able to be a part of this. Yeah, just to be able to celebrate the amazing women in our community and yeah, just the women that have been and the women that are and that are becoming. And yeah, so I hope you're having a good day. I really appreciate the contributions of everyone that made today so special so far. And I'm really looking forward to what's next. And that would be Siobhan Armstrong, which I'll be meeting in her kitchen at about 2 p.m. Until then, we're going to have a wee tea break and hoping that you'll stay with us and this break is just what you wanted at this moment in time. But before I do that, I just want to thank the fantastic team that have made today possible. So the team at Sans Paddle Productions, who are amazing. So we are live now from our homes. What you hear today is a mix of pre-record, but I'm live, and as Sarah and Glenn as well, and just the lovely presenters. So thank you so much for making it happen. I'm really grateful to be able to do this with Source FM, our community radio, which is such a great resource for us, for our community, for our voices. So for the and I'm just hoping that this will inspire more women to come forward and get involved in the Source FM's programming. And it's just an invitation to tell you that it can be different. It can be in your own terms. So just check the Source FM's website or social media channels to know more and to just get involved. Otherwise, for the Benow Festival, there's a whole month ahead to look forward to events and activities that were brought together by Sara Bajstrocki. And and the Source FM will still take part throughout the month, thanks to the funding from the National Lottery Community Fund. So we were able to create this festival and the resources, so to have to commission interviews for women to be interviewed and talk about their practice and their activities in our community. And those will be then available on the Benow Festival website during the festival and beyond, like the kind of a heritage legacy that Sarah was talking about. And but during March, there will be slots allocated on the Source FM to hear these interviews as part of your community radio. So thank you for tuning in today. Stay with us until 6 p.m. for the following acts, which are amazing. And let's have a little break until 2 p.m., if that's okay with everyone. Thank you very much, and see you soon with Siobhan Armstrong. Hello, hello everyone. Welcome back. We're here with Siobhan. I made a real cup of tea. It wasn't just a pretend tea break. Hi Siobhan, how are you?
Hi, Anne. I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing today?
Oh yeah, good. So much better for seeing you. Thank you so much for welcoming us in your kitchen. It's so fantastic. I must confess, my partiality to your cooking, and like we know each other as friends. We know each other through a big shout out to the Inspiring Women Network, which we're a part of. And yeah, I'm a loyal customer. When you come down to Farmers on the Moor on Saturdays,
Yeah, thank you.
I'm looking forward to the next time.
Yeah, it's nice. It's always nice to see you down at the moor on a Saturday, and honestly, it's nice to see familiar faces as well. So, and you guys have been there from day one as well. So it's been really nice. I appreciate that as well. So thank you for your support. Definitely.
No, thank you. Thank you for being, a part of Falmouth and bringing us such good things. So, yeah, how are you feeling today? What's going on in your kitchen?
Well, basically, I'm going to do. I'm not going to do a full cookery expose because that's I've only got 30 minutes, so that's a bit too long. So it's just a quick run through about what you might need. I just thought I'd give you a backstory of myself and Olive May's kitchen and how it became, basically. So, if that's all right.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Yeah, we can hear you. Like, this is live, so it is a little bit glitchy, but hopefully it will be more smooth as our conversation goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Tell us about you, Siobhan.
Okay. So Olive May started back in 2019. Olive May is my late mother's name, and she liked to cook West Indian foods. She was really, really good. And there's I have about 5 other siblings, 5, 6 other siblings, and probably I was the least one out of us all who wanted to cook anything. I wasn't really listening to her when she would give us little demonstrations and teach us how to cook certain meals. I always wanted to go out and play with my friends. I wasn't interested in any of that at all. And so it was quite a surprise to my family when I said, I'm going to start cooking actually. So, I mean, I did take things in, obviously, because I've got a stall and I do cooking. I just didn't want to do it at that time. So now it came to her 30th anniversary of her passing, and I wanted to have a way of remembering her in the community, for people to say her name in the community and to continue saying her name, so that should never be forgotten. So that's why I named the company Olive May. And so we've got Olive May's kitchen. So basically, it's generally the meals that she would cook for us, or were inspired by her, her version of that recipe. That's what I do. So I basically started, like I said, in 2019 with Olive May's kitchen, and that was having a stall at Mount Pleasant in Portawan. On a Sunday, I think it was the summer festivals that they used to do, and I would sell packaged food, West Indian products like plantain or ingredients plantain, hard dough bread, which is a West Indian bread. It's kind of a sweet bread, and it's gorgeous. If carbs don't agree with you, i.e., they just make you put weight on like they do with me, then stay away. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so lovely. And sort of like cornmeal porridges, buns, cheeses, things like that, basically, which are hard to get down in Cornwall. So I had a stall up there, and that was going well. Then I moved on to have I put on a Jamaican evening, a meal. It was a ticket only event, And that idea was inspired by our friend Noah, who said one day, "Why don't you do hot food?" And I just thought, I'm not going to do hot food. That's too much work. I'm not doing hot food. And so she said, "No, do hot food. It'd be really good. Put an evening on." And Anne, how Noah can be very persistent. So eventually, I put a Jamaican night on, and the menu for that night consisted of jerk avocado soup. Obviously, I adapted a recipe that I found to make it more West Indian or Jamaican. So that ended up being a jerk avocado soup, which went down really, really well. Also, there was ackee saltfish. There was jerk chicken, rice and peas. There was chickpea white rice. We had mango sorbet for desserts and things like that. People brought their own alcohol if they wanted to drink, that type of thing. But it went down really well, actually. And I thought, actually, this was all right. I enjoyed doing this. And it was less stressful than my day job, which is being a housing officer. It was less stressful. And I just really, actually, it brought the love of cooking back to me doing that. And so then I thought, you know what, how about having a stall? So I searched around the immediate, when I say immediate areas for me is like Falmouth, St Ives, Newquay, that type of thing. So to see what farmers markets were out there, what do I need to do I'd never had a stall. I'd never done anything like this before. This is all new to me. How do I do it? What equipment do I use and things? So I went, I approached St Ives, and St Ives said, "Yeah, come down. This is how we do it." I came down with my 2 little food warmers and started selling food. Basically, I got my certificates, I got my registrations with the council, all that type of thing, insurances, and just started selling. And I was doing it down at St Ives up until recently. I was down at St Ives 1 day a month, and that was going really, really well. And I started to build a little customer base. But then I was accepted at Falmouth Market on the Moor. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is a new situation. It's outside, whereas St Ives was inside. And obviously I had more space to fill. And again, I thought, no one's going to want this in Falmouth, but I'll try it. Let's see what happens. I'll give it a couple of Saturdays, and then I'll leave it. I'll try somewhere else. And it went down a treat. I couldn't believe it. You guys came down and supported me. We took all the pictures for the publicity to put on the Instagram. And yeah, it's just been flying ever since at Falmouth. I'm there every Saturday from about 12. But obviously people start purchasing food from me from like 11:30 when I'm still setting up anyway, which is fine. And I've started to now get a queue on now as well. I'm getting a couple of queues there, which I'm really, really shocked at. People say, "Why are you shocked?" But I am really, really shocked. Like I said, I was the least one of the family to want to cook any food, and now I'm getting a couple of queues. Do you know what I mean? So it's really, really, I'm impressed. I am.
Let me tell you, Siobhan, you're awesome. You're real inspiring. It's just really great what you achieved, and having the courage to put yourself out there, and look, I think it is really amazing because we've been through challenging times, and and I think that the opportunity to have the outdoor market and just meeting you, having a chat, is just so good. And the food that you cook, it really honors your amazing family story, and it's just delicious and just heartwarming, not just belly warming. So I really want to thank you for that. And I guess, do you want to tell us about today and what you have in mind?
Yeah. So today, we're looking at the jerk chicken to do that. So I've pre-prepared some jerk chicken and we've got the ingredients and everything like that. I'm not going to give all of my secrets away today, Anne. I'm sorry. I've got to hold something back.
It's okay. I think that's fair. Every good chef. Watch out for the book coming out soon.
Yeah. So I've prepared, well, I've part seasoned some chicken already. And there's the big debate about, do you wash your chicken? Don't you wash your chicken? That's a big debate. And I'm not going to say either way, but all I can say is within the Caribbean culture, there's a certain way to deal with your chicken. That's all I'm going to say. And whoever knows, knows. So, yeah. So basically, once you've prepared your chicken, you will season it. And so there's only 5 pieces in here. So obviously, cooks will know you've got to adapt your recipes for the amount of either in weights, the amount of meat you have or pieces that you have as well. So I've got about 5 pieces of chicken in there, and it's just at the minute seasoned with all-purpose seasoning, and I've put a bit of thyme on there as well. And then with the jerk chicken, dependent on how much heat you want as well, will determine how many of these bad girls that you put in there as well, and also the seeds, skin, the whole lot goes in. And all what you can do is you can just, not chop it up and just leave it to burst whilst it's cooking if you want, but I like to chop it up and get it all in there and get really into all the seasoning. You've got your coriander, you've got your cinnamon, basil, ground allspice. That's a good one. That's a main thing for this. Nutmeg and mixed herbs, black pepper. So as well as the Scotch bonnet, you've got even more pepper with the black pepper as well. And also, whilst you've got salt in your seasoning, you've already got salt in your all-purpose seasoning, you just add a little bit more salt. Okay. Just one trick though, if you're doing another recipe, and so let's just say you're seasoning some chicken with some chicken seasoning, be careful how much salt you would use for chicken seasoning, okay? Because that can get too salty. But with all-purpose, just add a little bit more. You've got your couple of onions that you need. The red ones, I do like the red ones actually more so, but I've only got the brown ones in at the minute. Then you've got your spring onions, and of course you've got your ginger. Now, we're not cheating with powdered stuff. We use the proper stuff, okay? Proper ingredients. So get chopping or grating or whatever it is, but don't skimp there, because I find that this is better than having the powdered version. Now, with your marinades, this is where it comes into, this is the secret that I'm not going to tell you, but I'll tell you what you can use. So you can use stock cubes, or you can use soy sauce. You could use ketchup. You could use a spicy barbecue sauce. You could use a ready-made marinade. Obviously, when I'm saying to you that I use fresh ingredients, obviously my marinade is freshly made as well, and that's all I'll say. I won't tell you what I use, but that's how I do it anyway. So it's all freshly made, which is why it takes a while, which is why I have to do a lot of prep ahead of time. And so basically, once you've got all of that, and you need to get your hands in there. If you want to put gloves on, put gloves on. Hardcore people like myself don't use gloves. We just know when we washed our hands to still not touch our eyes, because you'll still have pepper on it. And you get in there and you get each individual leg. Get the seasoning in there to marinate and just get it all lovely and seasoned up. And then you can leave it for a couple of hours, but again, if you want the full flavour, you've got to leave it overnight, definitely overnight. It's a lot better. The earlier you season it, the longer you leave it in the fridge overnight, the better, just to get it all them flavours mingling in together. And then you'll put it in the oven. Electric oven, I would say about 150, 160. And after about 45 minutes, check it, turn them over, and then put them back in again from the 45. Take them out, leave them. Don't touch them. Just leave them to rest. Oil on. Leave it to rest for a bit, and then after that, when you're ready to have them, then you can take them out and plate them up. But I wouldn't take them off the tray straight out of cooking, because you still want those flavors to blend in and everything like that. You may find some of your sauce, because this, if you don't want a wet sauce, you don't have to have a wet sauce. That means you don't have to marinate. Just use your dry ingredients, and that's fine. If you do want a wet sauce and you find that some of it has dried a bit, just add a bit of hot water and it'll bring it back up, and nobody needs to know, it's fine. It still tastes the same. It's okay. So that is, and then so you take that out, and that will give you this. So then you have jerk chicken, and this is your marinade as well. And should have brought a fork actually. I'm gonna use my hands, and so I'm gonna break it apart. And so basically it's all nice inside. And then you've got your marinade to dip in, and then also what you can have with it, apart from the rice and peas as well, or white rice if you want, you've got festival here. Now festival is sort of like a fried dumpling, but it's made with cornmeal. It's made the same way as a fried dumpling, but it's also got cornmeal in there, fine cornmeal, and also it's got brown sugar in it. So for those with a sweet tooth like myself, it gives you a hit of savoury and gives you a hit of sweet as well. So these go down a treat with my family. And so festivals are gorgeous. They're nice for dipping in the sauce and everything and just eating it that way. Fried dumpling, as I said, that's it's a plain fried dumpling. It's just flour, water, and dough. Flour, water, a bit of sugar, and some butter in there. If you want to make it vegan, use vegan butter. Okay, and that's what I'll be doing on the stall soon as well. Same with the festival. It has milk in there as well. So if you want to make it vegan, use vegan products in there. You've got the saltfish fritter, and that's saltfish, salted cod, dried salted cod, that you'll boil for a few minutes until it's a bit flaky. And whilst it's boiling, you can make the batter. So the batter is self-raising flour, water, spring onion. So you've got the spring onion, you've got the Scotch bonnets as well, and then basically mix all that together. If you put the spoon in there and it drips off the spoon, that's a perfect consistency. Add in your saltfish, flaked up saltfish, mix it all together, drop it into some oil to start frying, and then you've got your saltfish fritters there. Your plantain fritter is the same way as well. So that would be the same sort of thing, except you're going to blend your plantain. So probably about 2 plantains, blend those up, add them to the same type of batter, but on this time add a bit of salt. Again, I have a secret ingredient that I put in here as well, which I won't say, but it gives it a bit of a sweetness as well. So you can do that as well with the saltfish, with the plantain fritters, and they go down a treat as well. And they are vegan too as well, so they go down well at Falmouth. Yeah. So I also do. What else do I do? Curry goat. I've just started to introduce curry goat as well now. So that is basically curry powder, onions, allspice, Scotch bonnets, and some other bits and bobs. I'm rough off my head at the minute. But what I do with that, actually, whilst it's marinated in overnight, I do cook it the night before I need it, so that it will marinate again. Once it's cooked, it marinates again in its own juices for the following day, so that it's even more tastier. So I like to leave my cooked meats like that, so that they marinate, sort of like marinating twice over, so you can get that goodness out of it, because it's West Indian food is so soulful. It's a case of when you've got a plate of food, Jamaican food on your lap, you sort of like take that first forkful of whatever meat it is, if it's goat or if it's chicken, with a bit of the rice, and you sort of like take it, put that in your mouth, and it's sort of like, oh yes, that's the feeling that you want when you take that first forkful. and so that's what you get really. But also we do the vegan side as well, like the chickpea curry as well. That goes down really well. And it's handy that I'm next door to a vegan donut seller, Sarsaparilla, as well. That's very handy. So a few of their customers come over to me when they've had the donuts. They come over to me for the chickpea curry or the vegan plantain fritters, things like that. So I will be stepping that up and doing some more vegan products. You've also got the ackee and saltfish as well, and that's one that I've just introduced to the stall over the last couple of weeks, and that's been going down a treat as well. I do the sunshine brunch, which is the ackee and saltfish, and you get a festival with it, and you get some plantain as well with it, sliced plantain fried. That's a sunshine brunch, is what I call that. Also, I do a takeaway service now as well. That's collection from Truro, and that's been going down for the last couple of weeks. I started that. That's been doing really well, to be fair. So a lot of people have been asking for the sunshine brunches on that one. So yeah, it's doing really, really well. So basically, I am at Falmouth Market on the Moor every Saturday, unless the market's cancelled. It's every Saturday from about 12 to about 3:30. Or I do also the Truro takeaway collection as well. If the market is actually cancelled, I will do a collection service from the market for those for pre-orders as well. So either way, you can always get your Jamaican delights.
Wow.
And that's me.
Oh, Siobhan, thank you so much. I'm struggling to speak properly because it's just mouth watering. Thank you so much. It's such a treat. It feels like a culinary journey that you've taken us on, and I really appreciate it. You're absolutely amazing. And yeah, thank you so much for sharing some of your secrets with us. Like what stuck with me was about that kind of slow process of like marinating overnight, and that's like a big thing that I personally I'm not used to do that, so I need to make myself kind of slow down and think ahead kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's a really good
This
tip.
is it. Definitely, because it's like with the West Indian food, it's a lot of work goes into it. I mean, Sunday dinner is a big performance. Doing a Caribbean Sunday dinner starts Saturday afternoon. That's what it's like. You've got to prep the food. You've got to get it all marinated and everything the night before. Then Sunday morning, I just remember my mum doing this all the time.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I'm not cooking. And look,
Yeah, it just somehow feels like the woman's work, but you know, I know that men can get involved and like support and just to join in. But yeah, it does feel like, I don't know, food, there is this association with like the women's work in the family. There's something something about that that is kind of part of our history, I guess, growing up. And
I mean, when my mum passed, obviously my dad had all these children to raise, basically. I mean, he cooked before when my mum was alive, but it was really left to her. But then when she passed, he really stepped up, and that's he taught me how to make what we call Saturday soup, which is what probably over here would be called a stew. It'd be classed as a stew, but it's called Saturday soup because generally in every Caribbean household there would be soup on the stove going every Saturday. It was like, oh, soup again. Oh, soup again. But it's gorgeous. It is gorgeous. And that's what my dad used to make, and that's what he taught me to make as well. And I'll probably be introducing that to the stall as well soon. But yeah, so my dad did take an active role with cooking. He loved to cook from scratch and things. So he really took up the reins when my mum passed, especially. So yeah, it is for men to do as well, to be fair. And I don't see why they shouldn't take up the slack as well. But it's just a lot of work when it's I mean, I do hear, and this is no disrespect to the British Sunday roast, but I do hear people saying, "Oh, you know, it's so hard to make the Sunday roast," and I just think in comparison to the Caribbean one,
Yeah.
it's pretty, but it's. I mean, to be fair, I love a Sunday roast. I love going out for a Sunday roast. I love a carvery. I do. So I'm not disrespecting it at all. It is gorgeous. But that's probably because I've grown up on Caribbean food and it's a bit different. Whereas if you've not, you'll want the Caribbean food. And yeah, so that's what people tell
No,
me.
I know,
It's
I
what
know
people grown up with.
exactly what you mean, and I really love for us to, you know, just to have a chance to have an insight in what you're bringing. You know, was that like we know you as, you know, like there are many storeholders, you know, in Falmouth, and it's just really nice to hear your story and your experience of it. So thank you so much, Yvonne. I really appreciate it. Um, yeah, I was just wondering what next. I mean, I know that Lucy is preparing to join us next. But yeah, thank you so much, Siobhan, for joining us today. Is there anything that
Thank you.
you'd like
Bye.
to say? Okay. Have a lovely, lovely Sunday. Thank you so much. Much love to you.
You too. Have a good one.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you so much to Siobhan Armstrong, the founder of Olive May Kitchen. That is fantastic. So next on our schedule, there is this amazing musician, artist, drummer, Lucy Kate Piper. Hiya, Lucy. Thanks for joining us today. Hi. Yeah, good. Thanks. Really, really excited. Excited to see you. Really grateful that you could make it today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to perform for you.
Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, I know you're a bit further afield. So you're based in Exeter, right? Or around Exeter?
I am, yeah. So only a couple of hours away, but I did study at Falmouth for 3 years, and even have a great granddad buried in Penryn. So I'll claim that as a bit of Cornish heritage.
That is a big thing. That is a really big like connection to the story of the place. I mean, that is amazing, you know, and that's where we met. We met at Falmouth so many years ago on our photojournalism degree, which yeah seems eons ago, but yeah, I feel like your life was always between these two worlds, music and images.
Yeah. I mean, I stopped playing music really the whole time that I was in Falmouth, which kind of a shame looking back, because maybe I would have met even more, you know, like-minded, creative people. And I've never performed in Falmouth either, so yeah, maybe a missed opportunity. But I think my head was so buried in photojournalism and what we were doing that music just took a sideline. But yeah, I'm definitely into it now in a big way, and I've played drums since I was 11, now 29. So, but yeah, only seriously for about the last 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, that is amazing. You've inspired me with your drums. Like I had a drum kit at one point, and just trying to play it, like I got a little bit of the, you know, the feel of what it must be like for you performing on stage. And I know talking in the past, you know, and you mentioning that you know, you're one of the few female women drummers that I know of, and yeah, and so it's really exciting that you've taken up drums and you've kind of stuck with it, and you feel like Do you feel like that's your instrument now, music-wise?
Yes, I do. I've played so long now, I can't really imagine playing anything else. But if I did have to play another instrument, I'd probably choose bass, just because the rhythm is already there. But yeah, music is my life really now. So yeah.
That is, yeah, really awesome to hear. So I'm really grateful for having you. I'm just going to go and, just leave you to introduce yourself and, and just hope you enjoy this time. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anne. Okay, hello everyone. Hopefully you can, see everything okay. See me in the drum kit. I guess that's all that matters at this stage. I'm going to be doing a little performance of a blues playlist that I've put together. I've had a very unusual upbringing, in my opinion, as my father was a blues musician. So some of my childhood was spent, even visiting bluesmen's graves in Mississippi and going to lots of blues gigs before I even knew what it was. All I was interested in when I was younger was, like everyone else in the 90s, listening to the Spice Girls and Hanson and Aaron Carter. And whenever I went over to America as a family growing up, I was more interested in getting myself to McDonald's, clearly, or going to Walmart or outlet stores. I wasn't really interested in going to all these places that my dad was wanting to go to. Specifically, I guess my background is sort of, going to places like Mississippi, Louisiana, where the music came from. But yeah, long story short, I made this big transition from kind of rejecting the blues and the history that was thrust upon me at this young age to, as I've got older and hopefully more mature, I'm embracing it. And yeah, I've just found a love for the music and culture and everything that goes with this music. I also played with my dad in his band Junkyard Angels for a couple years, and it was really from playing with him that I just felt inspired to follow the family business, I guess, as it were, as playing blues music. So anyway, another thing about blues, I'll just say before I get going, is people stereotype it a lot as being maybe sounding a certain way, like just being slow and dreary, but actually there's a ton of different rhythms, feels, energy with this music, from obviously slow to fast, everywhere in between, and also sad to uplifting. Yeah, there's a lot more to this genre than people paint it, I think. So without further ado, I'm going to get on and do what I do better than talking, hopefully, which is not my forte. But yeah, I've put together a little playlist of some different styles of blues and hope you enjoy.
communicating for quite a while now. She said, I think it's time you left. Go find you a new one now. One thing for certain, one thing for certain, two things for sure, two things for sure. Three times the charm, baby. What you trying to go for, bro? And I said, wait, please let me explain. All the girls in my phone ain't even got their name saved. You're the one I want, the one I need, baby, that ain't a lie. If you leave me right now, I might just turn over and die. Oh. One thing for certain, one thing for certain, two things for sure, two things for sure. Three times the charm, baby. What you trying to go for, bro? She said, hey, you think they're gonna make me change my mind? All the lying and the cheating on me, you sure picked the wrong one this time. I ain't like them other girls, the girls you see around town. She said I'm gonna up and blow your whole world down. Hey, one thing for certain, one thing for certain, two things for sure, two things for sure. Three times the charm, baby. What you trying to go for, bro? One thing for certain, one thing for certain, two things for sure, two things for sure. Three times the charm, baby. What you trying to go for, bro?
I need to know
to know. Oh, I need to know. When our politicians speak, they always say, but I ain't gonna play the age old game. Don't try to tell me about the left or the right. All these people do is just fuck with me. Politicians speak and always say, but I ain't gonna play the age old game. Don't try to tell me about the left or the right. I need to know what is wrong and what is right. I need to know when to run and when to fight. I need to know. I need to know.
See how I'm doing on time. Okay, cool. Halfway through. Hope you enjoyed those three. I'll just say a real quick bit on those. The first one was by Booker T and the MGs, who some of you may have heard of. Very famous sort of instrumental rhythm group who recorded a lot in Memphis, Tennessee, out of Stax Records. God, got my heart going playing that. The second one was by a young new blues artist called Ryan Perry. That song was called One Thing's for Certain, and I actually recorded on that one. Did his debut album with him out in Germany in 2019. So that was one out of there. And then that last track was actually my dad's band, Junkyard Angels, performing a track called Need to Know. And that, the beat that I was doing, that is very classic blues beat. That's, I mean, everyone's maybe heard of a shuffle. That was a double shuffle. So doing that double snare hit and the constant, grind on the ride there. But yeah, that'll get your heart going. That's my exercise for 5 minutes there, Dan. I've got 3 more tracks here. See how I do on time. There's 13 minutes. Oh yeah, doing the maths with these 3 should be about perfect, hopefully, with bringing us to 3 o'clock. Yeah, okay. Next 3 have got, again, different vibes. Maybe a bit more modern, a more modern take on blues. But yeah, hope you enjoy these 2, and I'll see you again on the flip side.
for the future. Oh, myself on it on and we can get together, baby. Or anytime you want to. Yeah, honey, we can get together, baby. Or anytime you want to. I like to see you in diamonds. I like to see you in gold. I like to see you in the moonlight, baby. On the other side of the world, and honey, we can get together, baby. Or anytime you want it. Yeah, honey, we can get together, baby. Or anytime you want it. What could make you so happy? Don't want to see you get hurt. Come on over to my house, darling. Oh, don't you find my shirt, honey? We can get together, baby. Oh, anytime you want. And honey, we can get together, baby. Anytime you want. To put your love back in town, I'm gonna give you a call. I'm gonna pay you some record, baby. With this around to it fall, and honey, we can get together, baby. Anytime you want, and honey, we can get together, baby. Anytime you want, and honey, we can get together, baby. Anytime you want, and honey, we can get together, baby. Anytime you want, anytime you want, anytime you want, anytime you want. Early one morning, before I could rise, something moved before my eyes. Cast a shadow across the room. It told of my impending doom. Then it told me what I say to give me reason for my birthday, to send a message that something has got to give you. Hey, I tell you people, lost their mind. Everything was so hard to find. Desolation all in the streets, and plenty babies don't have food to eat. Hey, pretend that's not my thing. Oh, I didn't know we gotta make a change. Listen, there's something gotta give. I tell you something. I tell you something. Oh, something. Gotta give. Oh, yeah. Oh, something gotta give, yeah. Have lost their mind. Happy children, so hard to find. Desolation, all in the street. And plenty babies that don't have food to eat. I ain't preaching when that's not my thing. I just know we got to get a deal. Oh yeah. I Day by day, you're killing my love in every way. And if you succeed, I'll hurt you till your dying day. What you've done is murder in the first degree. You don't dig your own self. Why take it out on me? You're killing my love. Oh, in every way. And if you succeed, oh, it will hurt you till your dying day. All love is a person who knows how to give in. The things I give you, baby, I'll never see again. You're killing my love. Oh, in every way. And if you succeed, oh, it's gonna hurt you till your dying day. You're not worth my time. You get what you deserve, baby. Later on down the line, you'll get my love. Ooh, in every way, yeah. And if you succeed, oh, the work you till your dying day, yeah. Day by day, you're feeling my love. Anyway, and if you succeed, oh, you're feeling my love. You're feeling my love. What you doing in love? You are execution star.
Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that. I'm not sure what happens now. 3 o'clock on the dot. That wasn't too bad for timing. I'm hoping that there'll be a nice, smooth transition onto the next person. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. Hope you did too. That was 6 songs there. The last 3 were by Sean Costello, Eric Gales, and Reese Winans. If anyone loved those tunes and want to look up some more on those artists. Yeah, that was a pretty good modern day approach. Look at the blues as it is right now, I think. So yeah, that's just my take on playing those songs. Mostly I'm kind of following what the drummer's doing there, but adding my own twist on it, really. Yeah, so don't know if Anne-Marie's going to come back and join me, or if the next person's just going to come on.
Hi. Yeah, that was a great set. I hope you enjoyed it all as much as I did. But yeah, we really have seen some amazing people today. My name is Nia Adewale, and I'm so happy to be part of the Benow Festival this year in Women's Month. So I'm currently studying at the Brit School, which is in London, and I'm doing film and media production. But I spent the majority of my time here in Cornwall because of COVID. But I just think I should mention, I previously had a radio show called Netflix, and I really do think that my time at Source FM led me to just taking this opportunity, because it allowed me to discover more and more about my love for media communication, film and music. And I strongly encourage anyone watching today that has been considering joining Source FM or starting a radio show to just go for it, because it's such a fun and a rewarding experience. So if that sounds good to you, or if you are interested, just apply via the Source FM website. So Sarah, who is coming up next, also crafts her own radio show on Source FM every 4th Sunday of the month called Knitcast. She's the Queen of Mending, Sarah Perry. She is today being joined by her friend Anne to talk about the ethos of craftivism. Sarah Perry is a craftivist, health researcher, and clinical psychologist. She's interested in people's stories and connecting up with crafting, well-being, communities, and getting involved in issues that are important to our lives. With a friend, Marcus Williamson, she has set up a community interest company called Cornwall Craftivista CIC. They offer craftivism at street level in Falmouth, with the hope that people of all ages will just have a go at crafting projects for their home and street. We hope that these projects will make you smile and get people asking questions about what's important to them and their neighbourhood. So I hope you enjoy the rest of today, and thank you so much for joining us this year for the opening of this year's Benow Festival on Source FM.
Oh, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Hello, Sarah and Sarah.
Hello.
I have got a special headband for you for your pleasure. That was handcrafted by.
See how you've made it.
Oh, no, it is a gift from Zoe Poole, who made it herself because she's so amazingly creative. So it has shells and petals and yeah, amazing stuff. So yeah, I feel like this was the way to join you today. How are you?
Yeah, we are feeling underdressed, Anne.
No, not with those earrings.
Hold on, Sarah's going to get something. It's lovely to be here with you anyway.
Oh,
little hat for Sarah.
Oh, I mean, a hat is always makes a difference, doesn't it?
Look at that. Someone gave me this. I can't quite throw it away. We don't know how we're going to embellish it yet, but hey, I'm rocking it.
Yeah, totally. Oh, so good to see you. Oh, how is it? How is your day so far?
Well, it's good.
Yeah, it's
the sun is
alright,
shining.
it's
I've been for a lovely walk with the dogs. I think Sarah's had the vaccination, so not feeling so good. Are you, Sarah?
No, I got jabbed yesterday and don't feel that good, but I couldn't fail you.
Oh, well, we very much appreciate it. We really, it sounds like a heroic effort. So, yeah, really much appreciate it. So I know that, you'll be part of the Benow Festival. And I don't know if you want to tell us a bit about yourselves, because who is tuned in today may not know you and what you do. So tell us a bit about your history, your friendship, your inspirations, and what's on offer. What's your invitation for us?
Go, Sarah.
So I think we're doing a little workshop at the end of the month. I think we're on the last trail, aren't we? I can't remember the date exactly. And we're gonna show you a few things that we've mended and hopefully inspire you to do some mending yourself. So last year we started a market and a market store. And we started making things, and I started making things out of things that I had already because we didn't have any shopping to do. Was there? So we've started making things with what we've got, and suddenly we're being given an awful lot of very, very lovely fabric and lovely jumpers and amazing stuff, amazing fabrics.
Have you got some there?
Well, I'm looking at this. I made this for the market. So
wow.
Yeah, so that was my it's a glasses case, and for a long time I've been wanting to make them because the top bit's made out of something I found in a skip. It's a bit of old measuring tape, the metal measuring tape.
Oh yeah, excellent.
So it was a clicky top. So so that's one of the things that I made.
Because last year we had a weekly market store, and it was really important to both of us, Sarah, that everything on their store was handmade by us, but we, as much as possible, we tried to reuse or repair things. So it was the idea of not buying new, making use of what had, and maybe giving it a second life or a third life or a fourth life, really. And I think Sarah was way before me on all this, really, but because I think so much, a lot of clothes just goes into landfill. So I was thinking about really consuming less, I guess taking better care of what you have already and not throwing it away, really. Because I think when you start mending something, it becomes something very unique and personal and almost like a new garment or whatever it is. I mean, Sarah's fantastic at making something else out of it, but I think what we both got into recently is just repairing old clothes and giving them a new lease of life. And I don't know, I think we've just flown with it, really, haven't we? So,
Yeah, can't throw anything out now.
No, our houses are piling up with.
Well, it's good that when we'll be able to mingle again, there's always a good opportunity to swap clothes and do some swaps and things like that, which is a great way to ensure the cycle of life of a garment continues as well. So I had a look on the Benow festival website, which is benow.culture.org, and I found your creative mending and repairing clothes workshop, which will happen on March the 27th between 2 and 3:30 p.m. So people listening today, they could go on the website and book on that session and join you on this craftivism revolution. Do you want to tell us, like, where does your inspiration come from? Like, how did you get what was the spur to come into this transformational nature of the work with clothes and mending?
It's probably been a gradual thing. You were very much more.
I'm trying to buy nothing new. On the year before last, I vowed not to buy any new clothes, and I haven't. It even went. The only thing that I worked out that you would want to buy new were knickers. So Sarah and I went on a workshop and made our own knickers.
That's amazing. So did you spend 1 year without buying any new clothes so far?
I'm still not buying. Not buying. Yeah, probably into
I love
my
that.
Yeah,
she's in her third year.
Into my third year, but many people give me their stuff. I'm mending people's stuff I live on the North Coast, and I'm offering to mend people's clothes in an exchange for maybe some chocolate or a bottle of wine or something, just so that they can think about the value of their clothes and not just go and click on and buy another thing.
That's really, really good to know.
Yeah,
I mean, chocolate or bottle of wine, that's really affordable, right?
It was lovely. It's really nice to be treated to, rather than a £10 note, which won't go very far. You've got chocolate and nice things coming over on the doorstep, which is lovely.
We had on our store last year, we had a sign that's saying "Make time and repair." So I think although we love making things and repairing, I think we would love to be doing that with people too. And because I see myself as an expert, my stitching is not fantastic, but I think the whole mending philosophy is you don't have to be an expert. Sarah, isn't there?
No, there's a quote saying,
"Yeah,
any mend
is good enough," sort of thing.
Yeah, if there's no right or wrong way to mending, if the item is mended, then it's okay.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, it makes me think of that somehow, like that kintsugi technique of like repairing. It's like a sculptural thing and repairing ceramics and the item becoming more special as a result.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite a philosophical quest almost, but it's
Yeah.
also very practical, like really saving money and saving
Planet.
the
We're
saving.
saving
What did you
planet,
say? Oh, the planet. Yes, the planet will thank us. So I want to join you on this challenge,
Nice.
and and mend some things of my own.
And I think at the end of the month, I mean, people can just bring something along that they want to mend. But I think we'll probably do a little demo and show some examples of what we've mended. Sarah's particularly good also on fabrics, and probably I'm more using wool. So we've both got different skill sets.
Okay, so what are you inviting people to bring? Could it be dresses, jumpers, or any items like trousers or
Jumpers are good.
Yeah, jumpers are a good place to start, or
Yeah.
socks.
Or socks. Yeah, socks are good.
Socks, yeah, there are those items that are really. I mean, socks used to be mended a lot in the past, weren't they?
But Sarah's recently mended a towel that got a bit
yeah.
ragged. And
Anything that you, we'll bring some examples, and then
my little dog chewed up my blanket, so I've had big holes in that. So I've mended that, so we can see lots of examples, really.
Yeah,
and I think people to play. It's just not taking perfectionist.
Yeah,
just playing, really experimenting. That's all we're doing, really.
Yeah, I really love this, invitation to play and try and have fun and in a non-expert way, being curious about what could happen. And would you say that mending is accessible to everyone? Like, are there any particular tools that you have in mind, or
Scissors, needle, thread.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Thread, cotton or wool. Yeah.
Yeah, so like different thread colors and sizes and shapes. So that would be good.
You've got, and if you haven't got it, I often ask around, and you'll get it delivered on your doorstep.
Yeah, I really love that. I know that people can really take some inspiration from you and kind of have a look at what you have been doing on your Instagram page. So, where would you say to find you via your Instagram? Is it Cornwall Craftivista?
That's one. So my Instagram is Cornwall Craftivista CIC on Instagram. And Sarah, what are you?
Sarah Clasper Art. Can we put that up somewhere?
Yes, I will share that with listeners today. That would be great. And
I was going to read about a little bit from a book I've come across recently. I think Sarah's got a nice quote, but about how she talks about mending. I thought it might be a bit inspiring.
Yeah, thank you.
A book by Kate Sekulis.
I need to mend your glasses.
Yes, I need to mend my glasses.
Yeah, that.
But I think this is her book that she's written called Mend, a refashioning manual and manifesto. And I've just ordered it, so I haven't got it. So I'm just reading a snippet from it. So she says, mending has baggage. Patched clothes speak of shame and poverty, drudgery, even of slavery. But mending is a big word. It's about repairing more than clothes. History, for example, which must be unpicked and remade, healing systemic injustice, making reparations, exposing scars. Clothes historians do this via what we wear, what turns out to be more important than we realised. Visible menders do it literally by stitching new stories onto the warm fabric of our lives. They're just clothes, but if enough people adopt more creative ways of sourcing, tending and mending them, we'd fix much that's wrong with the world. So this is more than darning a hole, it's a protest movement and an art form and a fashion statement. To stitch well, I won't go on, but do you get the gist of it really? And so, because I think it's not just the outcome, I guess it's the whole process.
It's a process. It's a relationship to, yeah, I guess a way of being as well as a way of doing. And I really, really love that. Yeah. And I know that in the past, you have been speaking about craftivism, which is bringing together the crafts and activism, and like that's the first time in one of the past Benow festivals when I heard about that, and I thought, and I saw it in practice in your public work when there was a collaborative community project that people got involved, and then certain like areas of Falmouth were yarn bombed, a whole street, and there is still a bench on just no what is the avenue called?
I don't think there is any
Awanek Avenue that says "Sit with me." I think it's still there. It's just really a beautiful act of presence, of like manifesting this, yeah, the presence of this invitation to see things differently and to relate to our world differently.
I think lots of people are kind of. I noticed there's someone else at the moment leaving messages about Falmouth, quite sort of uplifting messages that have been stitched, that are attached to trees and benches. Yeah. So, and you're leaving messages in.
Yeah, I'm stitching messages in the village. Yeah, a few little nice stitches with a few thoughtful things. That's on my Instagram, so you can have a little look.
I think that is just such a beautiful gift, and I think speaking like of this year's festival theme of vulnerability, and I think it's really beautiful to be able to share that in the public sphere, because I feel that our public spaces, like I said before, the market and the high streets and of course the parks, there are these areas where we are still able to communicate with each other, even if not together, but yeah, it may be a new way of communicating. And yeah, so yeah, it's really beautiful. When are you next on the moor?
We haven't heard. I mean, yet. I'm hoping that maybe the Thursday market will start again at the end of April, but I don't know, Anne. I'll have to contact Emma to see what the situation is. But I have a little fantasy about having a mobile.
Yeah, we
mobile
fancy
workshop.
taking it around to the villages, in a little.
In a little van, yeah. I'd love that.
I thought an ambulance would be good.
With a nice screen. Also to announce when we arrive.
That sounds like a fab idea. Please make it happen.
Just throw us a van, Anne, at some point.
Oh, so
we might get there.
Sarah, you didn't you? Who was that from again?
The quote, well, it was a little short one. It said, visible mending is a quiet global protest movement challenging the way we consume clothing. So, well, like we've already said, we just buy far too much stuff and don't work out where it all comes from. We've kind of lost the connection between
where it goes,
who's made it, where it's come from, how many countries it's traveled, to, from.
Yeah. And how many hands are involved in the making of it, and how many people, and thinking about the connection to women as well, how many women were involved in making it happen. And then, yeah, I guess in the whole like cycle of life of a garment and of everything, really, it's really interesting that there is no the away in throwing away. It's not going away, as we see. It's just transforms and becomes something else. So
I've got another quote. I just read that. I just so when you throw something away, there is no away. Where does it go? It just goes. Well, I'm afraid there's quite a lot of burning going on, isn't there? But
yeah,
forever, couldn't it? That garment. It's not a natural. There's not so many natural fibers being used anymore, so it's kind of there forever.
yeah. I know that for me was like really inspiring a workshop that a while back, I think it was with Camilla from the Fish Factory, was making yarn from old t-shirts, the ones that they can't get to the charity shop, and that yarn then became little like bath mats, and that was really transformational for me. And also because the garments that we wear, I mean, some of them, like for example this jumper I have, they collect histories of moments in it could be a journey or a relationship or a moment that is important to us, or just I don't know. And or they could be just work clothes or fun like party clothes. Or so I guess it's really good to honor the garment's presence and what it brings to our life, I guess. And just realizing that garments also have a journey of their own, beyond our lives with us. So like you say, before and after, there is this before and after life of garments that is really funny, and really interesting.
I know a few years ago, and I bought a second-hand dress, and I wear it quite a lot. And I think 3 or 4 people have come up to me and said, I think that's my dress because I gave it away. And I've worked out it's probably just in the Falmouth area. It's passed through 4 women's wardrobes. I've still got it, but there might be a point when I
get rid of it.
Yeah, hand it on again. But I just love that idea that with even just in this small community.
Oh yeah.
That one dress is being passed on 3 times at least.
Yeah, that is really great. Yeah. Do you have any other garment stories that are around you now?
We both have, I think we both have our mother's garments, probably.
Yeah. I've got. Well, I haven't changed shape, so I have things from when I was at college, which was 35 years ago.
Wow, that is amazing.
She's still rocking it.
Well, you're supposed to go through the wardrobe and hold them to you and see if they give you anything back.
Yeah.
I haven't done that because I know that I can wear them, even if I haven't worn them for 2 years. I will wear them again.
So there is a different side to that philosophy, isn't there?
Yeah, because I got when we moved down here into Cornwall, the house had some beautiful old 50s curtains. It was a very sort of Raoul Dufy boat scenes with pink, and I've got a dress. Lorraine from Sidekick in Penryn made me a dress, but I hardly ever wear it. But I'm not going to get rid of it because I know I will wear it again. The fabric is absolutely gorgeous. Hopefully the moths arrived a couple of years ago, and I think maybe that's what started the fixing. Actually, going back now, I think that's what started fixing my wardrobe a little, because I did have quite a lot of moths and I didn't want to throw anything away, so I started filling the holes. Yeah,
Do
I think
you have a moth remedy?
no Hoover,
No.
a Hoover.
They say put your garments in the freezer for 24 hours or something that will kill, but
Yeah,
I think it's very hard, really, don't you?
yeah, I think you've just got to go with it and then see it as an excuse to adorn it a little bit more, you know.
Yeah, I love that. To adorn.
You know, it was meant to be, and I can't stop them coming. So I did cover. I'll bring that to the workshop. I had a lovely jacket, a pink jacket, and they went through it, and so I covered it with lovely rose fabric, stitched it on.
Yeah,
So I'll bring that as an example.
that's really great. So,
Because I think
yeah,
the idea in particular isn't just about mending and covering up. I guess it is about embellishing. It can be about really embellishing a garment rather than
making more of it.
Yeah.
it sounds like a real act of care and love. And so, if anyone watching now would like to book on the creative mending and repairing clothes workshop, I'll put a link out on, or you can find it on the benow.fallculture.org in the events section. So thank you so much, Sarah and Sarah. Really good to meet you, and thank you for joining Benow Festival and keeping its spirit alive. We're going to go and hear some music now. So I'll see you soon during the rest of March. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for putting it on, Anne.
Brilliant. Yes, lovely. Thanks. Oh, thank you, everyone. And oh, wow. Here we are with Angeline Morrison. Hello, and thank you for joining us today on Benow Festival. It's a real joy. It's really inspiring that you are here with us today. And I know that you have a workshop as well as part of the Benow Festival later in March. If you want to tell us a bit about that and about
Yeah, that's
you.
right. I'm going to be running a choir, pop-up choir for well-being as part of the festival. And it's really just for the joy of singing. So I've said on the little bit of text, I said no talent or experience required. So I want people to take that literally. It really is for people who just want to sing out and feel joyful about it. And I won't be able to hear you or whoever joins, because it'll be a Zoom choir. So whoever is singing, if you're singing, you'll be able to hear yourself and me, but that's it. So that's quite good if people feel nervous.
That is me. I will join.
Ooh, see you there.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank you
joining
for having
us,
me.
Sarah. A real inspiration. I've known you since way back. I mean, I've known your music since you were performing with the Ambassadors of Sorrow, and that is a way back in time. But yeah, just I'll leave you to tell us a bit about yourself and to hear your beautiful music. Thank you, Angeline.
Thank you very much. Well, I've got a selection of songs for you today, so I'm just going to go straight into them. This one is called The Birds of the Air, and I wrote this a while ago for the Ambassadors of Sorrow. I hope you will like it. In these dark days, when love's so rare, a man takes what he can find. The ghost of your kiss lingers on my lips. Your smile lights the walls of my mind. healing balm around my twisted heart. Oh, darling Johnny, the ghost of your memory tears my soul apart, and the wind and the waves cry, Johnny, and the sky and the sea and the birds of the air cry, Johnny. We would lie in the grass and you would call me your sweetheart. Come to me, darling Johnny. Your strength was my shield and your love was my rampart. And the wind and the waves cry, Johnny. And the sky and the sea and the birds of the air cry, Johnny. In these dark days when love's so rare, a man takes what he can find. The ghost of your kiss lingers on my lips. Your smile lights the walls of my mind. There is not a flower in the far forest that compares to Johnny. Now I lie alone with an arrow through my breast, and the wind and the waves cry, Johnny, and the sky and the sea and the birds of the air cry, Johnny, and the sky and the sea and the birds of the air cry, Johnny. You will hear more from my auto harp a little bit later. I'm just swapping instruments now to my trusty guitar, and this song is called Loathsome Food. As loathsome food to me are the words of your mouth, a poisoned symphony. The words of your mouth in every way. I loved you, but now you come near, trying to hear words from my mouth. Come closer and you'll see you will never escape this vile cacophony. You helped to create, now every nerve in my body is weary and sore, trying to ignore words from your mouth, your tainted tongue. I fear the most. I fear the slow, crouching dance of your ghost. I fear your fingertips. I fear that I can't resist. And fear is glass that I host. Wise words fall from the wise like a bountiful plate. The foolish soon despise what they cannot eat. See how my soul is famished. My spirit is gone, and I am undone by words from your mouth. My spirit is gone, and I am undone by words from your mouth. That was Loathsome Food, and this next one, I dreamed this song. It's called The Jealousy Grip. It's about a tainted embrace, and in my dream, Aaron Neville came to me and he sang to me, and the only bit I could remember when I woke up was this bit. Ah. So I took that fragment and wrote the whole of the rest of the song around it. This is a jealousy grip. Darling, I don't ever want to see you again, my love. Darling, 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 I don't ever want to see you again, never. Not like this, when even though your resolve is weak, I want to stroke your cheek. You took your trip. Welcome home to the jealousy grip. Darling, you leave me wondering, could there be any point at all? Darling, when there isn't any further that I could fall. Problem is, though you won't even apologize, I want to kiss your eyes. You made your slip. Welcome home to the jealousy grip. This time I won't be persuaded. I will not falter until I see you again, my love. Until I see you again, my love. Darling, I hear the sound of your voice and my heart is weak. Darling, I am always and forever at your feet. In foolish bliss, though all the time I am falling under and I'm sinking down, you made your slip. Welcome home to the jealousy grip. You played your bit. Welcome home to the jealousy grip. Oh yeah, you took your trip. Welcome home to the jealousy grip. Thank you. Next, I have got this lovely little thumb piano, which I wrote this next song on. It's called Clouds Never Move, and I released this as a single on Bandcamp. I wrote it in response to George Floyd's murder. It's about speaking your truth. The story of the song is that when I was little, in primary school, I was cloud watching with another little girl named Helen. And Helen said, clouds never move. And I'd seen them move, so I knew clouds really did move, but she sounded so very certain that I felt like I couldn't contradict her. And I felt I couldn't speak my truth in the face of such great certainty from a 5-year-old. So this is Clouds Never Move. She said the clouds never ever ever move. Come watch a while, she said, and I will have no need to prove. The tract of light grows dim, it creeps across the wall. The clouds, they move for me, but somehow I can't say it. Oh, Helen. If you look into the sun, you see his heart is blue. Few know this when the clouds turn tail, they show the silver linings actually gold. Gold. A short little song. I'm moving on now to the Glockenspiel. And this is another very short song. It's called Sorry Eyes. You warm my soul a little, feel so cold in the middle. You warm my soul, then you go and let me grieve here on my own. I look into your sorry eyes, let myself mythologize. Maybe you'll apologize for leaving me here and now. How can you leave all of our past behind you? Want to say more, but you won't let me. And how could I believe everything they told me about you? Want to stay here where they can't get me. You warm my soul a little, feel so cold in the middle. Warm my soul, then you go and let me grieve here on my own. Thank you. That was Sorry Eyes, complete with a deliberate mistake there. What have we got next? Oh yes, The Fat Lady Sings. Now this is my very newest single, and this is a mountain dulcimer on which it is played. I released this on Bandcamp on Friday, and it's my response to a poem called "To a Fat Lady Seen from a Train" by Frances Cornford. And I hated this poem as a child, and all my life this poem really bothered me because it was so spiteful and mean, and I wanted to give the lady a voice. And the poem goes like this: "Oh, why do you walk through the fields in gloves, missing so much and so much? Oh, fat white woman whom nobody loves, why do you walk through the fields in gloves, when the grass is soft as the breast of doves, and shivering sweet to the touch? Oh, why do you walk through the fields in gloves, missing so much and so much?" So that's the poem, and this is my response. It's called "The Fat Lady Sings." Sometimes I walk through fields in gloves because I like to use my nose. All this has naught to do with loves, and has much less to do with size. Emeralds below, sapphires above. Sometimes I walk through fields in gloves. And as I walk beneath my tread, sings all of nature wild and green. Rays of bright sun surround my head, and I could be an ancient queen, tended by flocks of silver doves. Sometimes I walk through fields in gloves. Thank you. So I promised you'd hear from the auto harp again, and here it is. This is Hold Me. It's a single I haven't released yet, but I will do soon. Sing for you, but you say no, no singing, no, 'cause I blow my out. You mustn't make a show. So I cleaned my closed up mouth, a shade of plum, and unlocked the door, and you are numb. You shut the door again in my face. I am a painted disgrace, yet how you hold me, oh how you all the time endlessly running through my head. Please you hold me, you hold me. I know I'll write for you some lines of verse, a loving verse, a gathering throng of black words, all threatening to burst. But you scan the page with one dismissive flick of your brave eye. It's so quick. My hopes disperse like flocks of scattered birds. How you have famished my words, yet how carefully you insist you love me more than they could ever love me. I can't perceive a grain of kindness in each time you rise to leave. I feel relieved, yet how you hold me, oh how you all the time endlessly running through my head. Please you hold me, how you hold me, oh how you hold me back, the ways you hold me, you hold me back. Thank you. Next is 20th Century Folk Hymnal, which is about not belonging. Barefoot in the garden, looking under stones, stones, will you hide me? Echoes in my head won't leave me alone. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, don't be anything, don't be long here. You're not one thing, not one anything. What were they thinking when they made you neither fish nor fowl? Water of beauty. Walking to the bus stop with my face turned up. Clouds, will you hide me? All the chattering echoes, when will they stop? Ow, ow, ow. Oh, you're not one of us, not like one of us, never be one of us, don't be long here, it's not natural, you're all additions, neither fish nor fowl. The water of beauty. life. One of us never be, one of us don't be long here. It's not natural, you're all magicians, neither fish nor fowl. Call on the water of beauty, call on the water of beauty, call on the water of beauty. Thank you. This is my final song now, so I hope you've enjoyed the set. This is the last one. It's called Bright Blessings, and this is my drone or shruti box, which is a drone instrument. A gentle spring wind tips the leaves, breathes on the blossom turning, and you, my love, must tread a path worn bare by sorrow's yearning, worn bare by sorrow's yearning. If all the birds were loving words, bright blessings in each feather, I'd pray their wings to shelter you and keep you safe forever, and keep you safe forever. A course you plotted straight and true, 10,000,000 stars ago, love, I'll bless your back as you walk through a road I cannot go, love, a road I cannot go. And that is all my songs. Thank you so much for listening. Enjoy the rest of the Benow Festival, and a very happy International Women's Day for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful and dreamy set from Angeline. We really hope you enjoyed that. In the next hour, 4 women, 2 mothers and 2 daughters are going to discuss books that explore interesting aspects of cultures of women from different angles, weaving a lively conversation that will touch some of the focal points behind the Benow Festival. Penny and Lally Macbeth, Penny Beretta and Sarah will offer inspiring reading suggestions.
Okay, we're here for a special edition of Women Talking, and related to the festival, to Benow Festival, and there's a special edition for 2 reasons. One, or first, is because it's a smaller group, so it's just the 4 of us, and it's a special combination of women because we are 2 pairs of mothers and daughters. And then the second reason why it's a special edition of Women Talking is because we are going to focus on books related to the culture of women. And Benow Festival is a festival that celebrates and offer opportunity for reflection on the culture of women. So we thought that this could be a good opportunity to do that in a different way. So each of us will introduce a book or a story we chosen, and say a little bit about the story itself and why we've chosen the book, and then we'll go with the conversation really and comments. Penny, do you want to start?
Yes, I'm very happy to. Shall I introduce myself before I do? I'm Penny Macbeth, and I'm an artist and writer, and I live in Greenbottom. So I've chosen somebody for as my writer who lived in an even more remote location than Greenbottom. She lived in Lamorna, and her name is Ethel Cahoon. She was a surrealist painter, and she came to Cornwall after the Second World War, partly because she had health issues and wanted to escape to something which was not blitz torn, and had also had a big falling out with the surrealist community. And here we come to the first feminist aspect of my choice, because she was very much the maverick, and she was also an incredibly knowledgeable esotericist, and I think throughout her life was not shy to stridently voice her opinion, whether or not it differed from other equally opinionated males with whom she had professional contact. So she voted with her feet, really, having been rejected from the surrealist group in Great Britain after a particularly acrimonious fallout, and she moved to Lamorna Valley. And whilst it might have seemed a maverick choice, probably it wasn't, because I've had quite an involvement with Ethel Cahoon's work through having done several projects over the last few years which have focused on her methodology, and have discovered in the course of that Lamorna was actually a hotbed of escapist artists and possibly remains so to this day. But there they all were, kind of practicing seclusion together. So as Lally calls it, being lonely together. So the book that I've chosen, and this sadly is not a first edition that I have, but a re-edition, is called The Living Stones. I don't know, is it familiar to either of you?
No, I have to say.
I think I've heard of it before, but I don't know a lot about it.
No, well, she was a well-kept secret. In fact, she was out of print for many years, and her publisher Peter Owen took the decision, after quite a lot of persuasion, not least by myself and Lally, to get her back in print some years ago. And the launch of the book was coincided with the first of our exhibitions, inspired by her art process, which took place in Lamorna Village Hall. Interestingly, an interestingly eccentric choice of venue, but it suited it. It suited what we had done, because we very much immersed ourselves in her landscape. And the nature of this book is, it's often described as a travelogue, and I think that's an interesting choice of description, because I think insofar as she's exploring a landscape, she's exploring two landscapes. She certainly immerses herself in Lamorna and the landscape there. She didn't drive, so she walked everywhere, but she's also immersed herself, I think, very much in an internal landscape, and that is equally visited in the book. So, and the interesting thing I feel is the dynamic between those and how the one impacts on the other. And it's for me has been a very influential book in my life, and I think continues continues to be so. And I don't know whether it's because of my great age and failing memory, or just magic powers that she's inserted in the book. But every time I reread it, which I do quite often, I feel like I discover things that weren't there before. So whether she's secretly rewriting and inserting chapters, or
but maybe it's the power of the books, isn't it? In general, great books, they tell us something different depending on the stage of our life.
It's interesting, isn't it? I think it's prompted me to think that maybe when you enter a crowded room, you know, full of interesting things, the things that you will notice are the things which actually kind of fit with your focus of the moment, rather than necessarily everything that's there. And it's a bit like that. But I thought it would be a good introduction if I maybe just read to you a little passage from the book. Would that be a
absolutely?
She writes, I think she has a very lyrical style, but she's also by turns quite sarcastic and quite critical. So again, it's quite a nice dynamic by somebody who clearly, she was an animist. So in brief, really, she believed that she didn't distinguish between the animate, the live and the inanimate. She believed that everything was alive.
You must be if you live in Lamorna.
Well, I mean, it's I just actually quite recently discovered, reading another book, which we're not talking about, but I feel like he's definitely, she would have appreciated, by a chap called Merlin Sheldrake, called Entangled Life, which is about mushrooms. And in it, I discover that the lichen literally is an organism which it's hard to classify, and it turns stone into a form which is then available to plants. So it kind of negotiates the territory between the animate and the inanimate. It really came, you know, it chimed with everything in this book and the whole nature of it. So, okay, here we go. So this is a little excerpt from the end of the first chapter, just describing the setting for her escape. When the war was over and I could partially escape from my own entangled life, there's the connection, and I think that's why he may have called it that, actually. It was to this region, this end of the land with its occasional sight of the unattained past, that I was drawn. There is some balsamic quality in the air that never fails to bring healing. After years of blitz, I felt that here I could find some humble refuge from the claustrophobic fright of cities. I determined that I would never be so trapped again. The molecular dance of the particles composing an azure sky are best seen over Penwith's moors. And once the circulation of atoms became visible to me in the nursery door, like dazzling sap that streamed through wood long since dry. Many have remarked on the strange light that bathes this peninsula. They say it is reflected from the seas which almost surround it upon the low sailing clouds above. The same appearance, but intensified, illuminates the Scillies, but Penwith has shade as well as light. In Lamorna, I first saw the falling of dew, and it was at Penberth that the shifting of the landscape veil first presented itself to my clear sight, disclosing what? Later, I was told that it was in this tiny cove that the remnant of the Atlanteans, escaping from cataclysm, first landed, bringing with them primrose and convolvulus, poppy and furze. Ask one of the fishermen to take you in his boat, and you can pick out, if you look back landward, the plummet sign with which they sealed the cliffs. So it gives you a little taster. It is beautifully written, and I think as a magical resonance with the Cornish landscape, I constantly return to it.
Yeah, I was about to say, actually, what you explained at the beginning about, you know, the landscape and reflecting the inner landscape, or this kind of, you know, connection between the actual landscape and a different kind of personal internal landscape. It's quite noticeable.
Yes.
She writes a lot about the landscape in this. It's quite like sort of bodily way, isn't it? It's
Yes,
kind of,
it's visceral.
it's
Yeah.
and I find that really unusual, and just when I think that first chapter particularly is just, it's so the way she describes Lorna as being this sort of feminine landscape is just really interesting.
Yes,
no, I love I really love it.
It's very, I mean, I think a lot of feminist books often are very drawn to comparing kind of physical journeys and physical landscapes with like inner journeys and landscapes and the female experience type of thing.
Yeah, I suppose I mean, in some ways I think Arthur would have said it's because, in a sense, you know, female energy is the earth. And so I can say the connection is kind of an innate one, isn't it?
But I think actually, can I just sorry, there's a bit in this that I've just
I'll let
remembered.
Lally leaf.
Yeah, I'm going to leaf
Yeah,
through.
she's
'cause
leafing
there's,
through for her favourite bits.
well, no, at the beginning, just the beginning of the first chapter, Ancient Scent, where she talks about the landscape being molested because of the changes that are happening. So she complains a lot about the noise and the traffic, because she was part of the Noise Abatement Society, which I always find quite amusing. And she despised cars, but she constantly fixates on this, isn't she? And she says here, valley of streams and moon leaves, wet scents, and all that cries with the owl's voice, all that flies with the bat's wing, peace, influences, essences, presences, whatever is here. In my name of a stream in a valley, I salute you. I share this place with you. Stirrings of life, expanding spores, limbo of germination, for all I give you, I offer thanks. O rooted here without time, I bathe in you, genius of the fern-loved gully. Do not molest me, and may you remain forever unmolested. Which I just think is, really.
It's, I mean, I feel one of the reasons I recommend this book is that this was written you know, almost immediately post-war, and yet it is so very modern, and in some ways the first example of a proper psychogeographic journey. And that, I mean, that's obviously in our genre which we're surrounded by, and I feel that she was one of the first real exponents of that, and interestingly received very little credit for that place for a long time. And I think, you know, she is now coming to some sort of accepted place in our British art history, but it's been hard won.
Why do you think is that? I mean, you said obviously that she rejected the community, let's say.
Yeah, they rejected the establishment, and I think rejected it bodily as well. She rejected it physically. She went somewhere else.
She sort of disappeared into the woods, didn't she?
She did,
and I think she was
disappear,
just she made some quite maverick decisions. I think if you know, for an artist of that period, she would be looking for a career. You know, probably moving to Lamorna to live in a shed in the woods is you know, it's not what everyone was probably looking to do. And I think well, and also I think she was actually quite you know, difficult in inverted commas. You know, a lot of people talk about how sort of opinionated she was, and I think she really knew her own mind. So I think that also probably contributed to it a bit, in that she didn't give up any aspect of her personality easily. That you know, she was very interested in the occult and sort of esoteric.
She fought her corner,
things,
didn't she?
And that was absolutely well, I suppose she was ostracized, wasn't she, from the surrealist movement because of that, because they thought that was all terrible and that it didn't have a place there, which is amusing, because actually lots of the men within
practicing,
it were practicing
exactly
the things that she was
doing.
So I think
she's an interesting example, because really, although this is not a long time ago in historical terms, in terms of female emancipation, it's quite a long time ago. And I mean, when you consider the climate where she was expressing these opinions, she you know, you can see that actually, I mean, let me just give you an example. The front cover, it's a stone, but as we can see,
I don't know what you're referring to.
penetrative aspect. So you know, and it continues. So she was quite unabashed in that, because you know, she actually was born in India and hence had a different view about the symbolic aspect of a male-female principle being represented architecturally, or you know, through the standing stone or or the well. She was obsessed with both. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully that is a
interesting. Yeah, no, I want to read it now.
You love it. Here is this is the predecessor, which was called The Crying of the Wind, which was set in Ireland, which I also did Lally and I were part of a project which focused on that. Very different book, and to some extent I think prior to her epiphany, where the landscape healed her in the Mourner, I think. And I think in Ireland she was very much wandering lost, but that's quite a different journey, and there is a sort of sadness and a darkness about it, which is nonetheless very revealing and very beautifully revealed. But it's a much starker book. And you know, it's a forlorn book,
more,
actually. It feels like her ego's been punched.
Yeah, it feels more personal, I think.
Yes, yeah.
It's much more about her kind of mood than the Living Stones is.
Yeah. So if you like Ithel, look out for these, and look out for her paintings and her.
I will. Yeah, I definitely will. Yeah.
And her extraordinary alchemical novel, which is almost unreadable, called The Goose of Hermogenes. Another one. Don't tackle that unless you've got full.
Okay, you need to be prepared for that. Okay.
I shall pass over now to.
Okay, thank you, Penny. I don't know, either the other Penny or Lally, whoever wants to go next.
Shall we have someone on your side? Let's have a Penny followed by.
Let's go to another family.
So I've picked the book Ella Minopi. I don't know if anyone knows it. It's a feminist dystopian novel written in 2001 by Mark Dunn, and it's all about the control of language, basically, specifically on women, because it's an epistolary novel, so it's all written through letters from the main female character to kind of the rest of her family and her friends and things like that. And just as a quick summary, so it starts off in this kind of very utopian setting, which is, it's kind of implied that it's in the real world, you know, so kind of there's some references to USA being nearby, and like they're kind of on this secluded island sort of thing. But at the beginning it seems like this is very kind of idyllic and utopian, and you know, everyone seems very happy, and especially because it's through the device of letters, you already from the start kind of get this sense of all of the citizens being really sort of eloquent and being really well versed with language and with writing and all of these kind of things. And basically the premise of the book is that their sort of religion per se is based on a man called Nolop, who came up with the phrase, "the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog." Yeah, which is obviously a sentence which contains every single letter of the English alphabet. And so they have this big monument on their island with the sentence on it, and they kind of worship it because they worship language and they think that it's absolutely beautiful, and they've never seen another sentence with every single letter of the English alphabet on it. And then one day the letter Z falls off of the monument, and they believe that it's a sign from God telling them that they shouldn't use that letter anymore. And so they completely erase it from existence, they omit it completely, and they ban people saying it, and they start actually putting in like punishments for people who say words with the letter Z in it. like flogging and banishing people. So it gets very extreme very quickly. And at the beginning, the main character, who is called Ella Minopi, she doesn't really think it's that big a deal because, you know, she lives in this perfect world and she thinks, well, the letter Z is a tiny letter. It's not really, you know, compared to some other letters, we probably don't really use it that much, so it won't be that big of a loss. And so at first it's completely fine, but then she kind of starts to see how even the smallest changes are kind of so deeply ingrained in their lives and in everyday speak, really, that she physically has to try really hard to concentrate even when speaking normally, just to avoid saying that one letter. And then basically throughout the rest of the book, one by one, the rest of the letters start to fall off. And it's beautiful. Actually, Mark Dunn has called it a progressively lipogrammatic novel. So meaning that it gets more and more, because obviously it's through the letters. So you physically see kind of how the language is being eroded. And it's really, really interesting because obviously to see the main character go from this very eloquent, very well-versed person into somebody who's resorting to even kind of phonetic spelling and just completely omitting words and omitting letters just to be able to get her point across is really, really interesting. And it's really touching, and it really shows kind of the effect that the control of language can have. And obviously, you know, that is very significant in terms of female literature historically, because, you know, the master narrative historically has kind of, which is the term used for literature that is very controlled by the patriarchy and that is very set in its traditional kind of values and rules. Historically, that has been kind of prevalent, and female writers obviously were more ostracized and shunned and, you know, kind of pushed to the side, as you can see by, you know, the Bronte sisters, for example, who had to use pseudonyms, and basically every single female writer in the 17th and 18th centuries. And in the novel, actually, the main character, Ella, ends up kind of subverting and saving everyone, per se, because she actually ends up finding a second sentence with all of the letters of the alphabet in it, which is "pack my box with 5 dozen liquor jugs." And even shorter than the first one. And so basically she uses it as proof to say, actually, if I can come up with this as well, then, you know, it's not kind of a mandate from God to tell us what to do, and we should be able to control language and everything. And obviously it's a really fun story and it's really interesting, but I think it has a really strong, clear message about language and about how to use it. And the fact that she kind of, even though she's so controlled to the point where all normal life is sort of eroded for her, she can kind of still come back and subvert that and use that to her advantage, and use language to her advantage to kind of solve the situation and help everybody. And as I was talking about before, historically, that is what women have done in literature, and most prevalently with l'écriture féminine, which is a concept coined by Hélène Cixous in, I think, 1975, in her essay, The Laugh of the Medusa. And basically it refers to all kind of fluid, subversive female writing. Because as I was saying, you know, literature has historically been kind of dominated by this patriarchal master narrative. And the only way to kind of get away from that as a female writer often is to kind of remake the rules and be as fluid and as subversive as possible, and, you know, really just
yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because, you know, just doing the complete opposite of every traditional male writer ends up being perfect. And, you know, that's how a lot of brand new genres and styles of writing have been pioneered. Like you have Virginia Woolf, who pioneered stream of consciousness writing.
Yes,
You
I
have
think
Mary
it's
Shelley.
making me think as well of given that it's also a novel about constraints and to some extent working from the prison that you're presented with, but yet somehow squeezed between the bars, you know. And it reminded me of my Lali's dad, my late husband, was a poet who did some translation work with Russian writers who had operated during, you know, a period of cultural oppression where freedom of speech was very much limited, and the devices which people found for expression of necessary thoughts had to be quite circuitous and often not necessarily readable unless you knew what what the device was that was being used. And it's like a, you know, working with a cipher, but often produced some fairly amazing literature.
I mean, I think it's amazing that most of the time, even from the kind of the worst situations and the most oppression and rigidity, that's always where the most kind of beautiful and brand new things emerge.
And it's restriction, isn't it? Creativity was far from restriction sometimes.
And not that that's a, you know, it's not a plea for oppression, but I think it's a magical thing.
No, of course, yeah. Sorry, didn't mean that in that way.
But given the inevitability of that and as a recurrent feature of our world, I suppose, you know, it's like the seed in that is the thing that's going to flourish out of it. You know, it's a happy thought for these times, really, where I think that also, you know, what struck me about your excellent introduction, Penny, is that that sense of the drip feed erosion of something. That thing of looking at it and thinking, oh, that's not, so that's recoverable. And then
because it's very realistic. Yeah, I mean, a lot of regimes and things like that historically, realistically, always kind of, you get that sense of whenever anybody talks about it, it's always like, oh, but at first it didn't seem like anything was that bad, and so we didn't really think that it was a big deal. You know, it's always kind of, it's always gradual.
We've just lived through that sort of period today.
I feel like we could find some parallels with that, definitely.
In so many areas, really. And I think also that one almost gets to watch it in real time because, you know, we're all exposed to the media drip feeding it to us. So it's a shock, isn't it, to stand by and think, oh, the accumulation of this is where we are now, which is such a different place from where we were a short time ago.
Yeah, I was thinking the idea of the language as well has, you know, how the language influenced the I'm probably stating the obvious, but not necessarily related to the culture of women or feminism necessarily, but how the language frame, well, it's a debate actually, if it's language that shape thinking or is the thought that actually shape language. But I believe that actually the use of language and the way in which, we basically use language to express things can help people to frame and understand things and express things in different ways. So
especially in books, it's all about specific connotations and specific kind of the syntax and the phonetics and all of that, and the fact that, I mean, I think this novel is a perfect allegory for that exact thing of, you know, a lot of the time the exact meaning might not get across because of restrictions or oppression or kind of very rigid set rules.
Or as I was saying as well, sometimes there's not a word for it in the language. And I mean, I'm a useless linguist, but, you know, you have the advantage of being a multi-tongued person, and those insights there, you know, must be a daily thing for you in that realization that.
Well, it does give you, it does give you a different frame of reference because, you know, you think, well, it's just a literal translation, but it's not, because often it's a way to approach things, and it's a different way to think about things. So that's, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, especially because everything is kind of written with a purpose, you know, even if it's as simple as to just entertain people, but even above that, you know, sometimes it's to persuade people or to warn people or whatever it is. So obviously every single thing that is written, I feel like the words are chosen very specifically for the way that they're going to make people feel. And so whether it's translation or having to omit things or censor things, it always kind of takes away from that inherent meaning.
No, it's interesting. Yeah, well, I've been thinking a lot about translation actually, because my brother started working for a journal recently called Asymptote, which specifically publishes works in translation from across the world. But I mean, we've been having lots of discussions about this, and I don't know, I suppose I'd never really, I've read lots of things in translation, but I've never I suppose just honoured what a role the translator plays in that, and actually just I've been trying to now read sort of various translations of things to kind of
I tried that as well. I think as well because I read the Iliad recently, which obviously was originally in Greek, and
you're fluent in ancient Greek, aren't you?
No, but there's a lot of different even in English, there's a lot of different translations because so many different people have looked at it over time. And it's really interesting actually, because I've tried kind of reading one version of it where I felt completely different to reading another version of it. And I was a lot more engaged with different parts of different versions. So I think that's really telling kind of how important the role of the translator is to kind of get that exact same feeling across.
The strange thing, it's like a parallel invention, isn't it? With resonance, and particularly with poetry.
So I was about to say, I think poetry is it's incredibly difficult thing.
Poetry.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's so clunky, and
or the opposite. I've heard people say, I can't make this assessment because I'm not a linguist, but for linguists I know who do read a lot of poetry and translation, I've heard people say that sometimes the translation exceeds the original.
That's a very successful translation.
I mean, it's difficult because obviously it's a good thing for literature to be so accessible to people and kind of have that possibility of reaching even more people and being transformed in brand new ways, which is really interesting in and of itself. But it is it's difficult to keep that specific kind of emotion that they want you to feel, especially for poetry.
It's extraordinary. It is you have to, it's interesting because I did once go to a good talk about this at the Poetry Festival in King's Lynn years ago, where a lot of translators were discussing it, and several people expressed the feeling that actually the emotional aspect is the encapsulation that has to be the thing that you recover, that you recognize. It's like squeezing the abstract thing out of it and then immersing yourself in that and coming back to a place in your own language from that. Quite a complex route, isn't it?
I think it's a complex thing because being a translator, you need to be really competent, not just from a linguistical point of view, but from a cultural point of view as well, on both cultures, isn't it? Because that's the rendering of the that kind of atmosphere, that feeling, literally something might mean the same thing, but not necessarily from a feeling point of view, from a as I said, cultural point of view. So
it's interesting. I think just before we leave, I lived for a long time in Southern Ireland, and it was I'd been there for a while before it dawned on me that even speaking what was nominally the same language, because of the very different cultural associations.
Yeah.
Sentence could mean very, very different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's just, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry to be the annoying one. Just move on. Lally, your turn.
Okay. I should introduce myself a little bit.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah.
I'm Lally, I'm Penny's daughter, and I'm an artist and writer and various other things as well. A woman of many talents, maybe. And I have chosen a book that I read a long time actually ago, and revisited recently, called The Yellow Wallpaper. It's a short story by Charlotte Perkins Gilman.
And I have to say, when you mentioned that, Penny, my Penny, she was all excited because it's one of her favorite short stories as well.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Oh, excellent. And that makes me worried now because I haven't actually, I sort of reread a bit of it.
Don't be.
It's a long time since I've properly engaged with it. But yeah, I'll give a little précis. It's a really wonderful story. And I suppose, yeah, maybe I should talk a bit about Charlotte first. It's based, maybe you'll be able to tell me more about this, but it's based on a diary that she wrote when she was confined herself in a room after a period of postpartum depression. And the story sort of takes you through her journey of being locked in this ghastly nursery space with this pungent yellow wallpaper, which gradually she gets more and more immersed in, and eventually sort of almost finds herself becoming one with it. And I just love it, mainly because I just love the language in it. It's just a really beautiful sort of telling of depression, I suppose, and the way she gradually goes, in inverted commas, mad, is just really I don't know, it's very touching, and I think quite unusual to read it from a feminine perspective from this period. And I actually subsequently, after this book, read her other one of her other novels, Herland, which I actually is interesting because have you read it? Penny?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a really good one because it's a utopian sort of island. And I just got a copy of the whole collection because I hadn't realised it was a trilogy, but it is actually the middle bit of a trilogy. But it tells the story of these men who crashed their aeroplane and then stumble on a utopian landscape which is entirely populated by women.
Who reproduce by pathogenesis.
Yes, exactly. And they put the men to work, and they drug them, don't they? And then they wake up and they're all dressed in these sort of bizarre like burlap costumes, and they have to go and work the land for the women. But it's wonderful. It's really, really good.
It's wonderful. Sounds good.
I sometimes think, oh yes, one day we'll end up in Herland.
Yeah.
And they have all these funny little rules and things that it's very good. But that's besides the point. That's not the paper. But yeah, I thought I could maybe read a little passage from it.
Yeah, of course.
Feeling for it. So this is towards the end, and she's by this point being confined for sort of weeks and weeks and weeks. Life is very much more exciting now than it used to be. You see, I have something more to expect, to look forward to watch. I really do eat better, and I'm more quiet than I was. John is so pleased to see me improve. He laughed a little the other day and said, I seem to be flourishing in spite of the wallpaper. I turned it off with a laugh. I had no intention of telling him it was because of the wallpaper. He would make fun of me. He might even want to take me away. I don't want to leave now until I've found it out. There is a week more, and I think that will be enough. And then a little pause. I'm feeling ever so much better. I don't sleep much at night, for it is so interesting to watch developments, but I sleep a good deal in the daytime. In the daytime it is so tiresome and perplexing. There are always new shoots on the fungus and new shades of yellow all over it. I cannot keep count of them, although I have tried consciously. It is the strangest yellow, that wallpaper. It makes me think of all the yellow things I ever saw, not beautiful ones like buttercups, but old, foul, bad yellow things. But there's something else about that paper, the smell. I noticed it the moment we came into the room, but with so much air and sun it was not bad. Now we have had a week of fog and rain, and whether the windows are open or not, the smell is there. It creeps all over the house. And this is really nice because the word creep is used kind of constantly through it, and she then starts creeping, and she's kind of creeping into the wallpaper. It's a very strange little story, but I think also because the way it sort of discusses I suppose the condescending tone of men towards women at the period,
it's an interesting early study of coercive control.
Exactly. Really. And the way she's she describes the way they talk about her and how she, she's going to get better, and how she talks a lot, sort of the hysteria of it, and it's sort of sad, isn't it?
It is sad, and I think the autobiographical aspect is always with you when you realise it is. Because I think her, when she talked about writing the book, she said that she was prescribed, kindly enough, by the patriarchy, by both her brother and her husband were both doctors. She was prescribed the perfect remedy for her ills, which was exactly the antithesis of what she needed.
Well, I think a writer. Also,
she needed space to write. She needed experiences and things to.
She mentions that at one point, doesn't she? She talks about how the thing she really needs is excitement, and she needs to go on a trip somewhere. And I actually, it's interesting. It was interesting rereading part of it this morning, because I thought, oh yes, this is. I can feel sort of some parallels now, because I keep saying, oh, I really want to go somewhere. Sort of being confined in this space,
it's a good book. It's a good book for the pandemic.
But yeah, and she's like sort of banned from writing, isn't she, or expressing herself in any way, because it would be that would be causing the hysteria or.
But I thought what was really powerful about it, I thought when I read it, was how the kindly yet paternalistic tone.
Well, no, exactly.
So there wasn't, there was nothing overtly abusive about the way that she's been.
Slightly patronizing, isn't it?
Quite condescending, because I think there are moments where the sort of almost quite sort of sweet moments between her and John, her husband, in the story, where she, he's going, oh, I hope you're okay, and sort of, pandering over her. And I think it feels very like
you can smell the sulfur.
You kind of just you want to run from it, I think. But
what I find, I mean, as I said, I've never read that, but from what you say, I can, and then what we've said about poetry, actually, I can think of many examples of writers and how do you say that in English? Poetess, or just women, just female? I like poetess though. Anyway, so there's an amazing example of that, actually, in Italian. This Italian poet, woman, female poet, Alda Merini. I don't know if you know her, but again, you can't really. She worked during the 20th century, all across the 20th century, and it's difficult to translate her, but she's been, apart from her work, it was incredible because she's been locked in an asylum at the beginning of the 20th century. So when they were properly, prisons and places where once you were in, you really, in Italy, like in Britain, it was the same probably type of thing. But for 20 years, And again, it was her husband and her family decision, because I don't remember exactly, but I think she had her children, and probably she had, postnatal depression, or simply didn't really fit in a sort of stereotypical role. And so it was like that. They decided that she was, not fitting for the society and the situation, family situation. So they just sent her to the asylum for 20 years. And I don't know, I mean, she apparently, she managed to maintain her sanity through writing and through her poetry. So, but yeah, there are several examples of that, many other people, and it's, I don't know, it shocked me. It shocked me all the time.
It's so, because I read a while ago Leonora Carrington, a biography of her by her, I think it's her niece or her great niece, I can't remember, but there's a lot of discussion in that, because she was committed to an asylum in the, I suppose it was the 40s, wasn't it? It was just during the war, and it was complete, it was done by her family, basically, by her father, because they decided that she was a loopy artist, and she was a bit difficult, and they didn't really want to have to deal with her, so off they shipped her to Spain. And she was there for years, and she wrote a novel called The Hearing Trumpet, which is very much based on her experiences there. And it was so interesting, because I'd read the novel years ago, and then reading this kind of biography of her actual experience, and it was just
biography as well, because
so awful. I mean, or actually just terrifying what they were still doing to women at that point. Because it doesn't seem that long ago.
Well, I have to say very briefly, but also because it's, they were private thing, but during the festival last year, one of the workshop was specific on recognizing, it was related to the menstrual cycle. So a sort of awareness, very, very related to the being a woman, physically being a woman, but the discussion and the kind of sense of unease that people experience, because of course with the hormonal kind of disbalance, and still, as I said, I can't really say too much about that, but an awful lot of people in that group really express the shocking thing that still, they been sort of not forced to believe, but, invited from their husbands and their families to believe that there was something really wrong with them, because they weren't feeling, fitting in, basically. And I was shocked, because, we think that we've done so much in terms of, women rights and everything, but it's what is ingrained, in the culture and in ourselves. First of all, it's the typical thing that you think, okay, I can do whatever I like, but then you feel guilty because you behave like you should do, like a normal person, like a man. Okay, so
it's still an enormous amount of cultural conditioning to make you feel exactly that. But this is like seconds old in terms of historical timescales.
Really
this emancipation, and it's still quite nominal. We've a long way to go.
yeah. I'm conscious of the time. Are you happy, Lally, with that, or anything else? And actually, my chosen book is actually can really link with this last few comments, really, because I've chosen The Descent of Man, this one, by Grayson Perry. So it's not a novel. It's an essay, and it's a very funny essay. Actually, I come across that just recently, and funny enough, I listened to it as an audiobook, and then I bought the book because I really enjoy listening to that. And it's a book on masculinity. So why are we talking about a book of masculinity when we're actually talking about, the culture of women? But apart from the fact that it's very, very well written, it's, it's a short one, but it's also the style. I love Grayson Perry anyway, and I think that the style is kind of, there's great sense of humor anyway, so it feels light, although he speaks about very kind of intense topics. And I think that basically what he suggests is that masculinity needs to be reinvented and rethought. Okay, and I think it's very, very related to feminism and the culture of women, because I mean, this year the festival, the main topic of the festival is vulnerability, and we decided that because I think it fits quite well with the situation of the last year, and this kind of recognizing vulnerability, accepting vulnerability, and also we had this conversation with other women involved, and also learning vulnerability, because there's nothing, wrong with that. And often vulnerability goes hand in hand with the feminine kind of, in a positive and negative way sometimes, but one of the main idea of the book is that the masculinity, it's, needs to be reinvented, because there's no acceptance of vulnerability, no consideration for vulnerability at all. And again, last year, it's a link, and I found it quite interesting. Last year, the festival was focused on gender equality, and we've done quite a lot of work. Well, then we went in lockdown, but we were starting to do a lot of work with Men Down. I don't know if you heard of it. So there are several groups in Cornwall, and I sort of had an epiphany, and realized that feminism, and I try not to use that word because it's often used in a wrong way, I think, or can be used against the person who used that in a wrong way. But there is so much to do for women, absolutely, but needs to be done with men and for men as well, because there's definitely a crisis, a big crisis, and men are facing a great level of vulnerability without the capability to deal with it. And again, they are, I think, again, I'm generalizing here, but there's quite a lot of, I think that the effect of the patriarchy is having a negative impact on men as well, detrimental impact on men as well.
Well, it's interesting that the characterization of the female part of any man, would be a pejorative word, i.e. effeminate. So that's your problem.
Yeah, and actually, interesting enough, what I like about this book is that he's very good with words, and there's this sense of humor, and he actually analyzed the language as well that we use, and loads of things start from there. There's a nice bit that I unfortunately I haven't really prepared, so it will be difficult to find it now, but he talks about community, the BAME community, the women community, the LGBTQ community, as something that, towards equality, but actually is just a way to highlight the isolation and the difference between the communities and the mainstream, and the system.
They operate in almost a protective role, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and also another thing that I really like about this book is that it's the sort of recognizing that there's a big change or lots of changes are happening, and kind of revolution is happening anyway. And so you can either, as a man, or men in general as a group, so you can just trying to fight against it, or you can try to adapt and find new ways. You know, we were talking earlier about find new within the restrictions, although this is not, you know, this is not the case for men, not quite actually, but find new alternative ways to deal with situations. So yeah.
I mean, I think it's really interesting as well, because a lot of the time, whenever anybody says, for example, anything about the patriarchy, it's kind of, people kind of assume that you mean all men are terrible people who oppress women. But actually, the patriarchy in and of itself is just the system that benefits and prioritizes men. But obviously, a system that only benefits and prioritizes one type of person is eventually going to be harmful for every type of person. And it's very important to look at kind of both sides of that. And obviously, men have problems within that as well, with how they are perceived and how they can kind of, show their emotions of vulnerability, like you're saying, and all of those types of things.
Right. But they're forbidden from realizing an aspect of themselves which is real, and at the moment, as Sarah says, so prevalent, because you know, if the last year's done anything for all of us, it's prompted, you know, deep insecurities, of course. And I mean, I hardly think that there's a confined to the female population. Why would they be? We're all experiencing these things.
Yeah.
I was having a chat earlier with Lally about the Grace and Perry book, which I haven't read, though I'd like to, but she had, and you were talking about the expression, because he talks a lot about costume, doesn't he? He talks about
I haven't read it either. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you had. Okay, oh, you
no,
own
I have
it.
a copy.
We're not questioning you. It doesn't matter.
I've got a long list of things to get
there
through.
are a lot of things on the shelf. Yeah,
but it is there. But no, I definitely will read it. But no, I know I read a review in the New York Times, because I thought, oh, maybe, you know, might help me have a little thought about it. But yeah, they were talking about it, saying that he talks a lot about dress in it, which I thought was quite interesting, because
there's quite a big chapter actually about you know, all the symbols, and you know, so dressing, but also talks about, you know, sports, extreme sports or activity. So what I liked, it's that despite the humor, you know, and the sort of light kind of tone, there's loads of research. You know, he based his arguments on proper research and studies, and so it's not something that has been properly, you know, prepared. And there's quite shocking statistics and data, you know, like in terms of crime. And again, we've got a few minutes left, so it's not, I hope that, you know, that will be an invitation for people to go and read these books, you know, but at the same time, you know, it says something like, I don't know, 98% in UK of the, you know, very kind of ferocious crime are made by men. And again, not because, as women, we are really, you know, nice people, but because that shows really an issue, something that is not quite right within masculinity. So with values and principle, you know, that men are sort of following. So it's complex. It's a complex situation, but another interesting things about dressing clothes and things like that. You probably know that I didn't, but the color pink and blue for women, girl and boys, is something that is probably 100 years old, not even that. And it's something that we take for granted now, and we're trying to fight against it, and actually having a little bit of historical perspective, could help.
No, actually, there's a really good fashion historian called Christopher Brouard, who is one of the only male fashion historians these days. I mean, it's interesting because it very much started as a male discipline, surprisingly, and everything, but it's sort of, it has become more feminine in recent years. But he writes a lot about the history of masculinity and dress, and actually how lots of our notions, particularly the pink and blue thing, but also the history of sort of children's wear is quite interesting, because of course boys were dressed in dresses for the first 10 years of their life. But how, I suppose just how we've kind of lost a lot of this knowledge, and actually it might be quite helpful to re-engage with that. He's quite an interesting, if you are interested in that, he's quite a good one to read.
Absolutely.
Which is really interesting, just all about the symbology of suits.
Good. We are sadly, that was really intense but interesting. I think we should really do it more often. But absolutely. And I think, that's another example of what we want to try to achieve with the festival, opening up conversation, just to get people using the language in a functional way, but also, this kind of exchange, because, you can find different things and different interesting things in different places, unexpected places sometimes. So
at the moment. Well, it's great. We're missing the zeitgeist.
It's
all these recommendations for books that you get from your pals. That's been in short supply this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Great. Nice to meet you, Penny.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
See you soon. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh wow, hello there.
Hi.
Oh, welcome back.
Wow.
Hi, Kate.
Hi, Sarah.
Thank you for everyone being here with us the opening of the fantastic Benow Festival. Hello, Kate, really lovely to see you as well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you.
Really nice to have you here on this special day. Kate is the founder of Sacred Yoni Como, and you have been, Kate, really part of the Benow Festival since its inception, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, totally. Sarah is just like been amazing for me in what she created. I remember talking to Sarah before the first festival happened, and you had this vision of how you wanted it to happen, and I'm so amazed now that it's like in its third year, and all these amazing women are coming and doing all this stuff, and it's brilliant, and it's really, really good to be part of it. And it's so amazing for me that this festival happens in, so we're a small community here, and something so kind of like radical and cutting edge is happening in such a small rural community. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it is, and I think though from what we heard, I think it is much needed and much wanted, because knowing from Sarah that your workshop was nearly booked.
Nearly sold. Actually, it was sold out. I had to reopen the bookings and extend the numbers, the available spaces.
Oh, so we are, it's one of those live moments when it was all going fine and Kate was with us, so she might hear us still. But I'm just going to speak a bit about Kate whilst she rejoins us. Her work and her her offering to the Benow Festival is a workshop called Sacred Yoni and Connecting with and Honoring Your Own Yoni through Non-Sexual Self-Massage. And I think Kate will talk us through her practice when she returns. But it is really exploring of the female sexuality and does a lot of work with the strengthening and the healing of the pelvic floor and the vagina, and how as women the part of our vaginas and uterus is such a deeply emotional space, and so it is really important for women to be able to explore that in a safe space, and in this case it would be their own space at home, and so I think it would be really lovely to hear more from Kate, if we can do that through the magic of the rural connection. So I know that Kate is currently trying to log back in online. So I don't
Anne,
know if you want to speak a bit.
if you want to, it's probably better if she's coming back for her to speak specifically about this workshop. But I know, if you're thinking of the work that we've done together, well, she's done at the festival last year and 2 years ago. They were slightly different last year because, of course, the focus was on gender equality. The focus was on consensual touch. So couples were invited, to discuss that and trying to understand what consensual touch meant or means, and why the first year she offered a workshop, I guess very similar to this year session. I think that the sort of main thread, it's awareness. So as you said, it's a particular area that sometimes people don't even talk about that area, because you can't talk about that, but it's really important that actually is recognized, and the women become more aware and more familiar with their own body. Absolutely. And as I said, it's just really, and in terms of what we were saying earlier about vulnerability, I keep repeating this thing, but it is the sort of red thread.
Yeah, it is. It keeps on coming up, right? So it is important to be aware, and especially for women, when we talk about our reproductive health, it is important to be able to be familiar with our vagina, and to know, and not to be ashamed of understanding who we are and what it represents in our lives. I mean, it's such a huge part of our life and of existence of humankind as well.
Absolutely.
Let's I really, and I am aware that myself, I still carry a lot of shame around it, and I must say that I was a part of a few red tent circles, of which Kate is also part of organizing in her life, and that really has helped me with being able to release from that shame, which is like it is oppressive, and you know, and I would really love to live the day where women don't feel, or as I as myself don't feel the shame of being a woman and all that it entails. So we like, it's very, you know, we live in a culture that sexualizes women so much, and we see it in social media how like a female nipple is censored as opposed to a male nipple, and it's just like what? And so it's but I mean that is and that's where taboo leads. I think it leads to an unhealthy relationship with the body. And I just
see, it's very, sorry to interrupt.
No, go
it's
ahead.
very, I agree with all you're saying. And actually, it's not just only very important to talk about these things and, you know, just, you know, trying to destroy the stigma, really, because there's a stigma. You can't talk about the vagina, you can't talk about the body, female body, and as you said, but also there is a need. And the numbers, you know, we were laughing earlier about the numbers of the, you know, the fact that the Kate's workshop is already, and actually Kate's workshop is in a couple of weeks, so it's not one of the first workshop.
Yeah, can I say when it will be? It will be
Yes.
on March the 20th, which I believe is a Friday.
Saturday, I think.
Oh,
is
Saturday. Apologies.
It is a Saturday. No.
So Saturday, the 20th of March, from 6 p.m. to 7:30. So it is free, as all the Benow Festival events and workshops are, thanks to funding. So that is really great, and they're accessible to everyone. And in particular, so yeah, this is available on the benow.falculture.org /event/sacred yoni. So you have the instructions there on the booking event, so you know what to expect a little bit.
Yeah, that's really important. Talking about the, you know, the some people might feel uncomfortable in talking about these things, and actually, Kate asked me to put on the description of the event that obviously the you need to be in a comfortable place where you know, you're sure that you're not going to be interrupted, because you need to be completely relaxed, and of course despite the fact that we, you know, the workshop is online, all the cameras will be off. So, you know, I don't think it's a problem for people, because obviously if people have booked, are quite keen to, you know, explore different possibilities. But it's important for people to reassure people that there's quite a lot of sensitivity, you know, in terms of privacy and.
Well, yeah, it is really, really important. And here is
Yes,
Kate.
she is.
Back with us.
Sorry. I was just going to say, oh my God, it's cut again. No, it hasn't.
No, we see you. We see you.
Okay, cool.
We are together. Yeah.
It's
great that you
are not best friends.
Oh, it's great that you're back, because we were trying our best really to explain many things as much as possible about your approach and your workshop, but you're probably the best person to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so we jumped ahead and we explained a bit about the workshop and when it will be. But would you like talking to us a bit about your practice and your background?
Yeah, so like what I do, like what I'm really passionate about is helping women to connect with their with their sexual and reproductive anatomy and with their sexuality. And like in that way, for me, my truth is that connecting with this area of our body and connecting with our sexual energy brings us into our like more authentic versions of ourselves, and brings us, we become like powerful, we become more able to stand in our own power and to experience the world in a in an easier way, that life flows more easily. And yeah, what I'm hoping to do in the workshop is, so this year when you know, when it became obvious that the festival was going to have to be online to start with, I was like really disappointed because I struggle with online stuff, as you can see. Technology is not great where I live in a yurt, and my computer just kind of like gave up the ghost then for some reason. And yeah, I was disappointed to start with, and then I just thought, okay, this is really good because I can do a workshop that I would never be able to do in person. Like I would never be able to do a guided self yoni massage in person, so we can do this online, and this is really exciting because it's something that I wouldn't have done unless the festival had been online. So what I'm hoping to do in the workshop is just take women through the process of like physically connecting to their vagina, and like the process of performing like a non-sexual vaginal massage as a means to like nourish themselves and connect with themselves. And I'm really sorry. I just got taken out my flow by somebody coming in the room. Yeah, as a way to connect with themselves, to nourish themselves, and to bring life and health to this part of their body.
No, that is really amazing and really inspiring. And I'm just really quite interested about the healing aspect of your work. So would you like to talk to us a bit about the connection to this part of our bodies and the emotional baggage that we could hold, or the relationships with like storing trauma, and so exploring through this practice, exploring ways of releasing trauma and and healing our bodies. And
yeah, sure. Like so often, or like not often, but like the majority of time, for the majority of people, there's a disconnect, and lots of women feel this, between like their sexual and reproductive anatomy and themselves. Even though it's part of our own body, there can be like a big disconnect there, and there's lots of different reasons why this comes about. And a lot of it is from living in the culture that we live in, that doesn't honor the female sexual and reproductive anatomy, and doesn't honor female sexuality, and just growing up in the culture that we grew up in, where there's shame associated with our menstrual cycle, with our vaginas, like with our sexuality, means that there's almost like an automatic disconnect that comes around, because this isn't celebrated, and because there's shame around it, then we disconnect from things that there's shame around. And then in addition to this, we like this part of our body, because of all of that shame, we tend to hold trauma in this part of our body, and this can come from traumas that happen to us, and these can be like big things. It can be like abuse or rape or something like this, or they can be like what some people call micro traumas, which is just could be like having sex when you don't want to have sex particularly, but it's with your partner, and you just kind of go along with it, or it can just be from like growing up in the culture that we grow up in, and through these processes we tend to hold tension inside our vagina, and we say we hold trauma there, and that trauma can be held on a physical level in the form of tension. And this massage, this like self massage, it's very different to sexual touch. So sexual touch really concentrates on the kind of like all of the nerve endings that can bring about pleasure. And this is like a sort of deeper touch, like a more nourishing touch that helps to release the tension from the vagina. And like sometimes, like there's different levels on which this can take place. So sometimes you could experience a non-sexual vaginal massage and like working with like trigger points inside your vagina, and you could like have an emotional release, for example. You could experience different emotions. You could experience tears or anger or even laughter or joy or whatever. And it's not associated with a sexual experience, but that doesn't always have to happen, and it doesn't always happen. And sometimes it's just a kind of nourishment, a feeling of nourishment that you're attending to this part of your body, that you're connecting with this part of your body, and you're just feeling what's there. And that in itself can be really, really healing, just to feel what's there, just to go to that part of your body, to touch that part of your body, and to meet what is present for you in that part of your body, whether it's like pain or maybe it's numbness, maybe you can't feel anything, which is also really, really common, just not being able to feel anything. But yeah, it's just this process of really meeting what's there. If there's something there to be released, yeah, that's amazing, and that can happen as well.
Could I ask you something about what would you say to someone, or a woman or a young girl that is currently perhaps listening to this or thinking about it and is experiencing, shame or some kind of rejection, either about thinking about that part of the body or just about the concept itself? What would you say?
Yeah, I'd say that's that's really common, and because of the culture that we're surrounded with, and because of the way that we grow up, it's really common to have a feeling. I mean, we grow up given messages right from when we're tiny children, like don't touch yourself, don't touch your private parts, your genitals. And children have this like natural desire to explore their bodies, and their genitals are very much a part of that. And like that starts from a really early age, like don't touch, and then even like really kind of like with, say, you've got really sexually enlightened parents, there can still be like, that's, there's something you must do that in private where nobody else can see, even to very young children. So this is like a really, really common reaction. And that's where the shame starts to come from, this shame about touching ourselves. And then more extreme things can happen. I'm really sorry about the noise outside, if you can hear it. More extreme things can happen. People children can be caught in the act of masturbation, for example, and then have a much bigger trauma associated with touching themselves. But what I would say to somebody who's maybe younger people or any woman who's kind of feeling these feelings of shame about this is to allow yourself to meet that shame. Now, shame really likes silence. So shame likes to be not talked about, and it likes it quiet. So just like meeting it and acknowledging it. And if you're thinking of like, okay, I maybe would like to do this, but I'm feeling this shame around it, I'm not sure, come in to the workshop and don't even feel like you have to do anything physical. You don't even have to touch physically. Like you could follow the workshop and follow what I'm doing and instructing, and just do it mentally without actually touching. And that for people, because there are a lot of people for whom it's too difficult to touch themselves straight away. And so first of all, then the connection comes through its conscious connection. So it's connecting with our consciousness. And like when women come for a session with me, for example, like I start off with just taking them on an exploration of their pelvic bowl, of their sexual and reproductive anatomy, just through like a guided meditation. So they're just connecting with their consciousness rather than through any kind of like physical touch. And And beginning the process like that can be, for some people, that's a safer way to do it. So if you're feeling that and you're feeling like I can't touch, or maybe I will be able to, maybe not, that's totally cool. Just come and do it anyway, and just do it, you know, with your thoughts.
Thank you so much. It's such a beautiful invitation. Yeah, and I hope
Yeah, I'm
I'll
so
be able
glad.
to
Sorry, I'm
join.
so glad that you managed to come back, Kate, because you explained things so beautifully. You know, Anne and I were really trying our best, but no comparison at
It's not the
all with what
same.
you.
It's not the same
Yeah.
when it comes from you. It's just your deep knowledge and you know, and respect just shines through, and it's just so good to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, like, so just to speak like a little bit more about that, like about the actual process of what people will do. So this again might help to kind of like put people's minds at rest and help them to, you know, maybe make that step of doing it when they wouldn't otherwise. Is that the way that it will look is that I'll start the workshop just by talking through what we're going to be doing, and talking through, explaining like why we might want to give ourselves a non-sexual vaginal massage, and also I'll talk a little bit about anatomy, and then it will be like a guided practice. So people will be there with the cameras turned off, or they can leave the cameras on and just be out of the screen, however they want to do it. And you'll be laying down, or you can be like half sitting up, and I'll just talk you through the process, and then you're free to, you know, do what feels comfortable for you. And it's an invitation and suggestion. So if there's anything that you don't feel comfortable with, then you know you don't do it. It's just really that, an invitation to follow the guidance if you would like to. And then at the end, if some people want to share, then there'll be a chance for that as well.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Thank you so much. It is, I think that the practice that you are offering and your experience is a real chance for women to experience a liberation from the constrictions, you know, of the, like you say, the culture that we live in. And so I'm deeply grateful for the work that you've been doing in Cornwall for so long. So I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I wonder
Definitely.
if there's, yeah, Sarah?
No, I was just, I completely agree. And that's what, you know, I was smiling thinking of that first meeting that Kate and I had, in a cafe, you know, everything seems really surreal, like, well, yeah, let's try and do things. And I mean, it feels surreal now after 3 years to be here. It's amazing. It's great. And yeah, it's great that it's happening, you know, so close to us, and it's really important.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful chance to get to connect through our bodies with what it means to us to be women, to be female, and what it can mean on different levels, like you say, psychologically, spiritually, physically, and yeah, it's just lovely. Is there anything that you would like to add or share with us?
Just that, you know, I am really, really so grateful for the opportunity to be able to, like, for instance, you know, talk about this with you here on Source, and for the opportunity to be able to present these workshops for women, you know, like the first year that it was that we were doing the festival, and I was sat in Falmouth Library, you know, on that second floor there, in this like amazing room with the ornate, you know, all of these like
in the chamber. Yeah, I always remember that moment. Yeah,
and we were there underneath, you know, these really, like, you know, the paintings are from the patriarchy, you know, these like the really kind of like masculine, like,
massive,
you know,
masculine. Yeah,
And then we were
statement.
able to sit there and talk about like vaginas and wombs and female sexuality, and like just thinking this is amazing that in this space and time we as women have the opportunity to do what we're doing, and to speak about our experiences, to speak about this part of our body. And for me, you know, like the sacred yoni, it's like this really is, it's the place where life comes from. It is it is sacred because life is sacred. And so it's so important to me, you know, and it really feels like this is my work on this earth. When I'm here, this is what I bring, this is my work, is to help to restore honor to this really sacred part of our bodies, which for reasons that, you know, we can never know, has had all of this shame heaped on it over the millennia. And we're starting to move that and free that, and it really starts with all of us, like as women, as individual women, to start to be able to connect with our anatomy and to touch our anatomy in a nourishing and loving way. So just great, really, really grateful for the opportunity. And all of the brave women that come and do the work as well, you know, and that speak about it with me and that get excited. And I love speaking to you guys, for example. Anybody who's got a passion about it and shares my excitement about it, then it's really great. I could talk about it for hours. So
Yeah, it's really, really wonderful, really wonderful chance to you know, be present, with our bodies and in the now, and just honoring this really amazing part of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I'm really glad you made it back. Hurrah. And looking forward to your workshop on the 20th of March as part of the Benow Festival. Thank you for joining us.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you. Good.
Hello.
Oh, Glyn. Hello. Glyn's coming back. Hello.
Hello. What a day. What a fantastic day. Congratulations.
Amazing.
That's been superb.
Well, I think we mentioned that this morning, but we need to really thank Anne for today, and actually everybody who organised the day. But Anne has been really the energy, driving energy behind all of that. So yeah, absolutely.
So,
yes.
Throughout the day, I kind of felt like it was a bit like a telethon. You've found that sessions have been booked up. We're doing the
yes, yeah. You're right. It felt like a telethon in a way, because I was checking all the events on Eventbrite and the situation, and I checked this morning. I had a look just for very quickly, very briefly, and then I checked half an hour ago, and all the events have been, I don't know, I guess that it's been because of today, and people, you know, they heard talking about the festival. So so exciting time. Yeah.
Well, I know that the theme for this year's Benow is vulnerability, but you know, I have felt so great all day, so empowered, and partly because I'm missing a lot of you, you know, so it's like we've all been together as well as we can be, and it's just been a really terrific day. So
no, it's good. And I think it's, you know, we talked about vulnerability, but that's the other side of vulnerability, isn't it? It's recognizing that we need each other, and that's the strength, you know. So no, it's good. And actually, can I just say, I know that it sounds like we are thanking everybody, but I want to say a massive, very sincere thank you to Cora Walters, who's not hasn't been mentioned. She used to be our colleague, and now she's working for another organization, but she's helping me. She has helped me with all the digital things, so the whole website, and she's the mind and the hand behind the website, and she set up all the events on Eventbrite, and so she's been. I couldn't have done it.
She's done a heck of a lot of work.
Yes, absolutely. So hopefully she's listening. If she's not, hopefully she will. So I just wanted to say really a massive thank you. Yeah, that was it. And I don't know if you want to, Glyn, if we can have a look at a few events that we haven't mentioned, because we had some people today talking about their events and or doing performances, so we know that what we can expect from the events as well, but there's a few things that they probably haven't been mentioned, so I think
please yeah,
I mean, I could go through again. I wouldn't say anything specific in terms of dates or times, because it's just too complicated. But
we can all
and people can find the information, as I said, on Eventbrite or on the website. On the website, the calendars is there, so you can, there are the links and everything. But so technical details can be seen there. Talking about technical details, sorry, before looking at the events, it's obviously the whole festival is online, so it's really difficult to include people who are not online. So we talked about that behind the the backstage earlier about that, because we want to be as inclusive as possible. Okay. On the other hand, if people are not online at all, or they haven't got internet connection, we can't do much. Nevertheless, if somebody would like to attend and participate to an event, but they don't have a clue how to use Zoom, for example, or how to book or something like that, they can just...
Problems.
There's a technical problem. You can't...
Now we can. You just faded out one.
Okay, sorry.
No,
so if they want to, but they potentially can, because they go an iPad or a computer, but they don't know how to do that, they can be in touch with us, and we can give digital support. So we can over the phone.
Okay. Where? How?
Now that's the problem, because we're not open. The gallery is not open, but at the moment the library is open, so they can either pop in the library and leave their number and name, and I personally will contact them over the phone, or give the library a ring, but I haven't got the library telephone number handy at the moment. Sorry, I should have prepared that.
Right.
But I can find it. I can find it. Okay. Anne is working on it. I can see that Anne is working on it. Thank you.
That girl's good. That girl's
so,
good.
as I said, yeah, it will be a little bit a long process, because obviously they need to leave the contact details. I need to gather the contact details, contact them over the phone, and trying to understand what the needs are. But it's very simple. So, hopefully, if you know anybody who needs that kind of support, there is the support included.
That's
okay.
great.
So let's go and look at the a
Wait,
few
no.
things.
Wait,
No?
Zara. I'd like
The
to
library
give
number.
library number 01326 314 901. That's 01326 314 901. So if you call the library and say, Sarah told me to ring for help.
Yeah, for Benow Festival.
That would be very helpful, because they might be going, what? So just say,
Exactly.
Now. Help.
And library is open only in the morning, weekdays in the morning, 9:30 to 1:30.
9:30 to 1, Monday through Friday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So we'll do our best. Okay, can we have a look at the other events? Okay, so I think that we haven't mentioned the first event, and it's a series actually that is going to happen tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. I know I said I wouldn't say the details, but I just said because it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's Introduction to Meditation Methods with Kelly Gilmore. So, and if people do meditation in Falmouth, it's very likely that they know her. And as I said, it's a series. So each session will be a different method. She will introduce different methods of meditation. Then it's Movement for Wellbeing. Angie talked a lot about her practice and what will happen during her events, so during her sessions. So I don't need to spend too much time on that. There's a interactive talk by Anna Lempriere, Humanizing Inclusion. So she's a coach, personal coach, and it's always been very inspiring. She's been with us in the previous festivals as well. So people have always been really inspired by her interactive talks. So, and then Lucinda's got, again, she talked about her practice earlier on, and she's got 2 different events. So I highly recommend both of them, actually. I will be there. And then we have the choir, again, great. I'm going to be singing as well, hopefully, for pleasure, not, and Angeline, again, you could listen to Angeline earlier. So this is going to be, I think it's going to be fun. Kate Elliott will run a kindness and well-being workshop, finding balance for busy life. So again, it's something that in slightly different ways she ran last year as well, or 2 years ago. But she's done slightly different things depending on the year. But again, the focus is all on the well-being awareness and how to look after yourself, in terms of managing your routines and things like that in a very creative way. And stop me whenever you need to, if you have any question, Glyn.
Okay. I'm listening.
And then we got several creative workshops. One is a zine collaboration and workshop with Molly Taylor and Emily Parker, who are both from the Frigid Zine collective in Falmouth. So very interesting if if people want to experiment or a little bit in that sense, is going to be a very creative experience. So writing, we have another one on after that is a different type of writing. It's performance writing, and it's called I'm Every Woman, Manifestos for Multiplicity Performance Writing Empowerment Workshop. That is a very long title, and it nearly didn't fit in the Eventbrite box. And that's going to be run by Ruth Patty Bridge, who's a dance artist and senior lecturer at Falmouth University, dance and choreography. So another really interesting way to explore creative writing, basically. Creative writing is sort of in a different, slightly different way in the creative spa day, because we got a spa experience, an alternative spa experience. There's going to be on the 21st, Sunday the 21st. That is actually is a way to celebrate the arrival of spring as well.
Right. Okay.
And so it's Nourish Yourself Creativity Spa. So it's a well-being experience apparently, and there will be several different activities it's an hour and a half, and I don't know, Zoom. With Zoom, you can also have breakout rooms. So these three practitioners, Kelly Stevens from the Ride Cafe, and Angie and Kate Elliott, again, they're working together. So people will be able to go in separate rooms and experience all the three different experiences.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Sound bath, guided self-massage and movement therapy, and water-themed mindful writing. Apparently, you having a feet bath while you are actually doing creative writing. So all the details are on the booking system, so whatever you need to gather for the experience. Yeah, sounds good. And then we got another creative workshop. Actually, there are two parts workshop, so two different Fridays, but it's part 1 and part B. So they're part of the same process. Wonderful creative women with Ruth Bode and Eve Borrell, and they basically wants to celebrate all the amazing women and all the amazing women's work during the pandemic. So in a creative way, so through gratitude, messages of gratitude, basically. So I'm not going to go too much in details with that, but there's the creation of an artwork, a collective artwork, and individual artwork. So it's again more information on the booking system on the Eventbrite or on the website, but yeah, sounds quite creative and practical as well. Just let me check that I'm not forgetting anything. We have a couple of, actually 3 open discussion or panel of discussions, interesting things on different levels. One is about, it's organized by the Fish Factories, and it's part of a series that is called Uncomfortable Conversations. So they will talk about, Amy will talk about the race in Cornwall and how the racism can impact on well-being, especially for women, but not only for women. So quite a interesting and important topic. Then we have another open discussion, of course, open to the public as well. So could be interactive as well. So people will be able to participate, about the countercultures. So example of the DIY counterculture. So from creative things to the zine, creating different form of communication. Okay, so we got Cora Stoker, Molly Taylor, Emily Parker, and Lydia Hona, I think is. So they're all amazing women working within the DIY countercultures in many different ways. So they will discuss how that can be empowering and enriching. And another really interesting one towards the end of the month is a talk, or a discussion rather, about the related to the women in the workplace. So it's about working cyclically. So it's the period awareness in the workplace, and not just for women, but expanded in to the whole sort of human resources, or the whole team and stuff. So again, something that is not probably not I don't know, as light as maybe a well-being workshop, but very important to discuss. And we want to keep that style of open conversation between 2 or 3 people with the audience, to make it more pleasant and approachable. And we're talking about important stuff, but in a nice way, in a interesting way.
Right.
Sorry, I'm firing things. It's just that we got the creative mending and repairing clothes. We heard Sarah and Sarah talking about that.
Waiting for that one.
And I'm sorry, I'm just checking because I don't really want to miss anybody. I think I mentioned everybody. There's another. There's a series of probably interviews that we will put, not live, but we will put them available on the website, about women and environment. And towards the end of the month, there will be an open discussion with different people. But we haven't got, we're struggling a little bit in organizing the time and the day and putting together this amazing women. So keep an eye on the website, because we will give more information about that. So, and again, just remembering that, reminding people, so an invitation to remember that the website is, of course, the first point for for the festival, the program of the festival, but also will be a living organism, from now on, and it needs to be populated by contribution from people. So it needs to become something like that.
We need lots of people to share that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, sorry. I feel like I've been definitely firing loads of things.
This just shows how much you put on. I mean, this is, it's such a great opportunity.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not saying it's not a big commitment or is easy to do, but in a way, it's the coordination that, coordinating and managing all the make everything. It's like a jigsaw puzzle in a way. And I know my colleagues will laugh about me saying jigsaw, because I've got a very funny pronunciation of jigsaw. But on the other hand, it always comes together very nicely, because again, I think that there is a need for this, and we're just, answering an open, several questions coming from people, or meeting a need.
And you're bringing a lot of people together, and I think that's
and again, that's, even if the event, I'm sure, will be successful, but I think for me, all the boxes have already been ticked, because the connection that we created today and we created already in the planning, between women's, it's already a great success. So,
well, it's certainly helped me to see how seamlessly this can be done, and that's of course thanks to Sand Saddles. but it is, it's terrific.
Yeah.
It's been a great, it's a few glitches, so what? That's life, isn't it?
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's been really, really smooth sailing, I think. We've all had our paddles.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Well, we've got about 3 minutes left. Or actually, no, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, 3 minutes, yeah. I wish, we could have people ask questions. They're probably talking to us now. We just can't hear them. But hopefully we have actually answered a lot of questions.
I know, actually, yeah, if people have got questions on the events and, on the website and actually on Eventbrite as well, they can just send me an email. And I'm not going to say the actual email address because it's too complicated because there's my surname involved. But if they look on the website or or as I said, on each booking, advert, on Eventbrite is not, it's not difficult. They find it and they can comment or even just comment on the website and we will reply as soon as possible. So
right. Well, it's been a fantastic day. You can see the light is fading here in my even the fire's gone out, but no, it's been a bright day and it's just been terrific. I just can't praise it enough. So, and thank you for asking me to be involved. I've appreciated it. It was it last year when I was running around pretending to be an action reporter. Was that last year?
Yes, it was last year, actually. Yeah, yeah.
It's such a long time ago. That's because
it does.
It does.
This year.
That was one of the last activities, wasn't it?
I think this year counts for 10, so it's fine. It feels like it's been 10 years.
Yeah, but we're all revived and ready to move on and get back together. I think that's
yes,
great thing.
Definitely.
Well,
brilliant.
I think, guys, this just might be. Hang on. Oh, we're counting down. I'm not sure. Anyway, I do thank everybody for joining us, and we do look forward to seeing everybody back in Falmouth Art Gallery as soon as you're able, and with your make and takes at Gillandune Gardens.
Oh yeah, when we reopen.
Yeah. So
different activities. Yeah.
Heard a rumor baby starting sooner.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Things we're gonna shape up. But until then, the month of March, be now.